Hello, everybody, and welcome to the eighth and final class of the Intuitive Adult with Robert Ohado. He will be joining us in just a moment, and thank you all so much for your patience and bearing with us for our late start time today. Really appreciate your time, and I know you're all putting a lot of work into this class, so thank you so much. Before we get started, it's class 8, so you probably all know this by now, but if you do have any problems with the broadcast, then you can try clicking to the YouTube link, and sometimes that will have more stability for you. The last class, it sounded like a couple of people had issues with sound. If that happens again and the broadcast seems to start cutting out like that, you can just refresh your screen, and that will oftentimes kind of reconnect, or you can try that YouTube link, and that will also sometimes help. So enjoy the class. I hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday. And here's Robert Ohado.
Welcome back to this Reflections Parallel course, The Intuitive Adult, Mystically Self-Parenting Your Inner Multisensory and Empathic Child. I am Robert Ohado, and this is Lesson 8. Hey everybody, welcome live to Lesson 8, our final chapter. Our final chapter is here. Thank you once again to Echo Vince for your patience. I had a little bit of a brouhaha here at my house. Teaching on a weekend's always a bit of a crapshoot. So anyway, I hope you all had a chance before we get started here to watch the entire, lesson 7. So I broke it into 2 parts. It was over 5 hours, and I was not going to, have you sit through 5 hours of audio and 5 hours of video. So obviously you might know that it's on demand now on mace.com in edited form. And also the guided meditation, which I produced in studio, since the last time we actually saw each other, that is, my team's just telling me that I look very handsome. Thank you. That is good to go. So hopefully you did download that and do it, because we start with a review of that right now, right after I get done with this little live intro. So that is it's a pretty meaty meditation. It's 45 minutes all told. I mean, 30 minutes of really going in and assessing various questions, which you're going to see in just a minute. So if you haven't done it, I'm going to just recommend maybe you mute this for a minute. You can still hang out for this lesson, but if you haven't done it, then I think that it's better not to know where I take you ahead, so that your unconscious gets free reign to talk to you, and you're not like going in thinking you already know what's going to be asked. So just mute. I'll let you know when. Actually, it's going to be right after I get done with this live intro. Just mute until we're kind of done. And I'm going to put up a slide that goes through the meditation. So I think once that slide comes down, I'd say after about 10 minutes, you could probably come back in. But I just would recommend, for your own benefit, that you don't hang out for a discussion around that meditation, which is going to kick off this lesson now. And so that was a lot to get through. And, really, essentially, it was an extra lesson. And I think all told, when I was looking at the runtime of this whole entire course, I've done 6 extra hours of work for this course. So there's a lot here. There's so much here. And we're bringing it all together in this session. So I'm really excited about that. And then I have some exciting news to tell you more toward the end of today. So I'm just going to take it as it comes. I'm pretty tired. And there's so much to get through here. So there will be a intermission break somewhere in about 90 minutes or so, FYI, like a 10-minute intermission break. And then there will not be any guided work with this session, though the end will be kind of a little bit like that as we close it down and stuff like that. But it won't be like a big separate microphone type of thing. Okay, so I hope you all are ready. Thanks again for your patience. I really appreciate that. And okay, we're going to get started. So we're starting with a review of the guided meditation from lesson 7. Oh, and you can download that in part 1. So if you're wondering like which, because it's broken into 2 parts, it's actually in part 1. When I do the PDF guides, that's also where you'll find the PDF guide for the entirety of lesson 7. I'm not going to break it, I don't think anyway, into 2 parts. I think it'll just make it confusing. So it'll just be one big PDF guide for both parts. And then, that way you'll have like just one place to go to download it, which will be part 1 of lesson 7. So I'm sure, I have a feeling a lot of you are going to review all this all over again. I've been seeing comments in Facebook about people already doing that. Someone actually went back and at lesson 5, redid all lessons up to 5 again. Wow. Yeah, I get it. It's a lot here. And I'm just, so, okay. It's caffeine today. Let's pray to the gods I do not lose my voice. Okay. Okay, that's good. All right, here we go. So welcome back to the course. This is our final chapter together, lesson 8. Now, to begin this lesson, we're going to look back at the guided inner work from lesson 7, which was an audio download that you're supposed to download and then do the guided meditation of. So it's a nice, long, meaty guided meditation. Make sure before you go further that you've done that, because I'm about ready to start talking about that guided meditation. And I really would prefer, for your own benefit, that you do not have any idea like what I'm going to ask during it per se, and just be present really and open in that meditation. So just take a minute. The guided inner work is, I really feel this, half the work of this course. And if you've been keeping up with all the guided inner work and audio downloads and meditations, you know that that's where you get, I create the framework, I create the system, and then boom, we get you into your own self and you get your own answers from you. And so I couldn't imagine not actually doing that, so just once again, this is really for your benefit. I can't make you do anything, but I would really just encourage, this would be the time to pause, go back, download that. It is listed under part 1. There's 2 parts to lesson 7, and just download it, and I'll see you back here. Now, I'm going to assume if you're still here that you've done this guided work. Now, so that said, this guided inner work was about receiving the instructions of your dark night process. And there's a lot there. And so as I teach this course, it's interesting because I'm recording it obviously right now. I'm actually live, but also what's true is there is a Facebook group that is on fire with people sharing insights with each other. It's the Reflections Parallel Facebook group. And I'm seeing all these processes come up in real time around all this work. And a lot of people who commented on having done the guided work for lesson 7 were like, whoa, it's kind of this big crescendo moment, because really, if you think about it, your journey to me and this course is a dark night journey. I can't imagine you would be here if you were not in some kind of major dark night process. And as I've said, we are in a collective one. So I know right away, because we're all part of the collective, that everybody is in some orb of a dark night. Now, I do want to mention something and clarify a little something. Then we're going to hop into kind of how I guided you through this meditation and kind of pull out some of the pieces, and then I'm going to give you some more insights around these pieces. But you may wonder, I did make a statement in the last lesson around that not everybody goes through a dark night. And actually, I got to be contextual here, because it's not necessarily accurate to say that out of context. What I meant to say, in case you were confused, or you're going to be looking around at people in your life now, and now you've got this model to understand, the dark night process and yourself in such deep ways. But then you're going to want to look at other people, and because you have relationships with other people, and you've got family members, and you've got marriages, perhaps, and spouses, and partners, and friends, and all sorts of relationships, work relationships. Life is relationship. So you may wonder, well, what about everybody else? I mean, are they going through this kind of dark night? And what I want to clarify here is that they may very well be going through a dark night process. But as I gave the example, and this is where I got contextual last time, of someone who is, let's say, in the dark night of addiction, the addict archetype, and which is one of the members of one's inner system of home. If someone's in that, some people never get out of that. Some never come to stages 5 and 6, which we will do in this lesson. And so it's just important to remember, and this is really, really true, painfully true, and I've lived this truth painfully. Some folks just only have in their potential a capacity to only go so far. In a dark night, in their, and they only have a certain amount of potential that is going to perhaps be very, very different than yours. So and this is where I always want to make a point. This is contextual to, we are a rare sort of species on this planet, this classroom. Not only are we a gathering of orphans, which is part of what makes us us, we are also working at a level that some and most will never see their entire lifetime. Once again, that is not hierarchical and better or best. We're not better than anybody at all, really. But it is also true that we have soul contracts, soul agreements, and evolution, and a schedule of that we've agreed to that is not really resonant with most people alive. I believe as we get further into the age of Aquarius and this new coming age, that will grow over time, but I'm talking a long time. So just so you're aware, when you're looking at others, and we're going to talk about this when it comes to the intuitive adult, you've got to respect the limits of their own process and understand that even if they're in a dark night, this may not be the medicine for them at all, this sort of work. Or pieces might be, but the entirety of it would fry them. It's phenomenal to consider how much reality is part of someone's inner system of home and their archetypal team. So if I have an inner system of home that's ran by fundamentalist religion, and the archetypes that come with that, and that both as an individual, but also it's a very tribal system. Something like even the idea of reincarnation isn't something my psyche is going to be able to hold. So trying to convince someone in that sort of black-white, God's a he, and it's up or down when you die, and there is no reincarnation, trying to convince them of that would fry them. Like literally their nervous system would go, I can't take that voltage of a reincarnation truth. So it's important really for you to just stay very centered in your process. And you have to trust that synchronicity, divine design, others' guidance, others' spiritual guidance, and spiritual guidance teams will ping you if you're meant to share something or help them in a deeper way. But you're never really in control of someone else's process, and everyone's got a different process. And this is really rare. It really is. So all of us, because we're in this container together, this classroom, this is our kind of now normal reality. At least if it isn't already, it's on the way. And so other people, it's just, this is not how they would ever roll, and they're not scheduled to. And don't try to figure out why. It's none of your business. It's really rather you are scheduled to. So do others go through dark nights? Absolutely. But does it roll at this voltage? No. And do they kind of get out? No. You can be in the dark night of a starving archetype, like the starving artist or starving healer, starving teacher, starving mother, starving father, the whole of your life. And that's your lifetime. I don't need to tell you to look too far out your front door to see that. Or you could be in the dark night of the victimized codependent empath or shadow victim your whole entire life. Yeah, absolutely. People spend a lifetime, for whatever reasons, in that classroom. So just want to make that point. Now, you're not spending a lifetime in that classroom, or you wouldn't be in this classroom. So let's get on with this lesson, and let's dive into the guided meditation that we did in lesson 7. So coming into this, just looking at this real quick, this is kind of just a quick review of where we went, where you went inside of this lesson. Now, the first thing I did was to ask your current inner system of home and its archetypes kind of to step forward. And most notably, this is about the dark night. Let's remember, this is all contextualized and under the umbrella of your current dark night process. So I'm not going to say that again, just so we know as I go down this list that everything I'm saying is in context to a dark night process. Now, just kind of considering right now and bringing forward, hopefully you wrote this stuff down in your journal. What stepped forward on your team? And I got specific. I began with your primary inner child or children, and whether that's you got a binary or trinary, I don't know, inner child, thing going on, which could be true, absolutely true. And then you have companion children. Then you have internalized parental figures. I asked them to step forward. We then went to survival archetypes of adaptation, and then I left a space open for anything else that wanted to step forward, just through, I think, the nudging of the mystical self or the deeper self. So bringing that on board here, I do want you to do this. We're going to keep in mind this team through this lesson because, one, we're working through still this in-between stage/phase, really. We're working through this in-between phase that exists between stages of the Dark Night 4 and 5. Now, having said that, you want to look at, okay, what's going on with this team? And I had you ask yourself, or I asked you to see, where in the Dark Night is this team? Which stage or stages or phases? And then we pivoted to your axes of co-creation. And I loved this image. I am rocking and rolling on this image for Dark Night. And it's actually integrated now in a way that reshapes some of what I'm going to teach you next that I haven't seen coming. So we looked at what is your horizontal life? So this is about you in this part of the guided work, looking to your horizontal life, which is the life you live. It's the outer life connected to the inner life. But it's, through this team, what's going on? Then I had you look at how anchored are you horizontally right now? And then we went a level deeper. Which are there trauma anchors here weighting you down? So, folks, we can all be anchored in horizontal life, and that's a good thing. It's not necessarily inherently bad at all. We're meant to be horizontal. And as we get to stage 6, where we go horizontal again, consciously from a new team and a new whole system, it's important to keep in mind there's no, better, best here, vertical's better than horizontal. No. We're just technicians looking at co-creation, you. And if there's trauma anchors here, well, that brings a different level of anchoring because now you're anchored through time warping on that horizontal axis, plane of your life. And there will be the necessity then to address those trauma anchors somehow. Remember, it's about possibly unanchoring, neutralizing the anchors, and healing, whatever trauma may be there, or managing the trauma differently. That can still give you some room to move up vertically. Now, what I have to say about this is, once again, this is something that I can't fully address in this course because it should be its own course. And we are so deep in other things right now in the whole over system overview. This is where I'd have to point you to part 2 of this course, or also additional help with therapists, et cetera, and kind of work on trauma anchors, people that specialize actually in the field of trauma. So just right now, my intention is you understand how technically these things roll in a dark night. And really, not just in a dark night, but this is part of your ways of co-creating your life. And most notably, your inner and outer, because this is horizontal, systems of home and just sense of home. So this was where I took you, and we spent a little bit of time here, and then I had you assess, hey, do you have already some sense of shadow trickster archetypal dynamics going on? Have you met the shadow trickster archetype because of any resistance that you might be having to go vertical? Why are you resisting going vertical? Which archetypes resist the most? What truth do you need to see, or truths, so that you can get to vertical and neutralize this shadow trickster? I love this question, and I saw in the Facebook group insane breakthroughs around just that question alone. Like people realizing for the first time ever how they had been in a really shadow trickster cycle, looping in a shadow trickster loop. So that was important to take a minute with. And then what mystical forces are already working with you. Here's the thing. I'm presenting these stages, and then we just met, and we're going to continue to meet a few more, these mystical archetypes that kind of show up and begin to really make themselves known in that liminal state between stage 4 and 5. That phase, right? That's where we were last lesson. But it isn't as if there weren't already mystical forces, angels, guides, working with you from stage 1, from the beginning of this whole dark night, or really since birth. It's rather what's happening in that liminal phase as you go to stage 5 is you're meeting them consciously. Once again, some folks may never meet them consciously this way, as technicians, as intuitives, as people who are technically grounded in their multisensory and empathic bandwidths and skills and gifts. But this is a way to begin to understand what's happening here is you're constellating this new team, and you got to go up and get vertical here with this team. This team is a vertical team, and then it becomes also a horizontal team as we move forward in this new system. So I'm excited to share with you some of the, once again, divine paradoxes and mystical pivots and all sorts of things that are ahead in this, stage 5 to 6 for sure. Now, coming back to kind of finish this out, I wanted to leave an open space, and I asked you to meet with your angel of potential and let this angel offer you any guidance that might be really essential or important regarding your dark night process. So one way that I think about it is you have a soul contract in a dark night, what's kind of pulling you vertical, pulling you up out of the life you're living. One is obviously the crappy karma and self-sabotage, because that starts to be like, ugh, and you start hitting bottoms on that, vertical or horizontal plane. You start hitting bottoms on that horizontal plane. But it's also about realizing that I've got potential to live in this life. I've got a contract for that. And I would position that kind of in that vertical column at the top, pulling on you magnetically to get up, pull out of the horizontal just to redo your interior. And then when it's time, go out horizontal again. But by that time, it's a new dimensional experience of life, new esteem systems, new archetypes, new ways of interacting and relating with the environment. It all gets like this rejuge, right? So that's where we went And what I want you to do with all of that in context to this lesson is now you can start to slot in more information to your Dark Knight journey. Now, we didn't finish the stages yet. And I am once again, as we head to stage 5 and stage 6, I am pulling in organically archetypes and things that show up in an organic sequence or fashion during these stages. So here's the challenge ahead, and it's completely doable, but it might feel a little overwhelming and big at first. You're going to have to think like me. You're going to have to get into this holographic space where you see all these pieces existing in simultaneity in a sense that isn't just linear, but rather you start to see the karmic threads of it all. So we're going to get to a point where I bring in the intuitive adult. I bring in a little bit more on mystical self-parenting through a new inner team, including the mystical parents. And we have to now start to zig and zag and ping and look at connections in your life. We have to get in the space where we take all that we've brought forward so far and we get systematic and grounded with it. And we start to understand a karmic timeline, karmic factors, and what co-creation for you is about. And understanding both axes as well, those axes of co-creation. It all has to kind of become this living kind of astrolabe inside of you. Like it's movable, it's moving. We're looking over here. Ooh, look at those connections. Look over here. Look at those connections. That's exactly how it works in a Dark Knight process. You know, I'm teaching it linear because that's the best way to learn it first. But just like any good intuitive system, you have to get holographic with it and intuitive at some stage. This is where we do that. Now, let's go back a little bit, real quick review of the 6 stages of the Inner System of Homes Dark Knight process. So remember, the idea still is mapping yourself through these stages. And no matter what you see, be with yourself no matter what. Stage 1, constellation. That was dusk. The dark is coming. Stage 2, disruption. Life gets disrupted. Dark is here. Stage 3, disintegration. Out of this disruption, things disintegrate and fall apart. And it's really when our systems really, truly, in earnest, collapse. And we start to head toward perhaps a bottom. Now, I then said, look, between stage 3 and 4 is this phase. And in that phase, I gave you tools. And the thing about these tools is that they're there. I offered them sort of, I called them from an understanding of where people get into self-abandonment loops and get stuck and don't get into a full engagement with stage 4, which is becoming nobody. Now, here's a new layer. It's not, I want to be very specific when I say becoming nobody, because no one can just become nobody in life, right? I mean, whatever dark night's ahead for me, whatever dark night I happen to be in, I still have to function and maintain, you know, as per this course, an adult life. Mortgages, employees I got to pay. You know, I don't get to just be nobody. Sorry, guys, it's dark night time, right? I don't think anybody truly gets that per se. You can make space for a little, you know, hermitage and perhaps a vision quest or, you know, a pilgrimage. Yeah, sure. Okay. But we live in a survival-based dimension here with responsibilities, not just to ourselves, but perhaps children, you know, marriages, mortgages. Let's keep it real. So what I want you to understand now more specifically when I'm talking about becoming nobody stage 4 is that this is about becoming nobody horizontally and moving to a vertical soul somebody. So if we get more specific with the language, it's about what the Dark Knight really does include the death of archetypal identities, who you think you are, the roles you play to people, the self-relationship and roles you've played to you, and how that is rolling at the horizontal level of your life. That's where the nobody happens. So we let go of identity here and entertain, I don't know, who the hell am I? I see a few of those comments right now in the Facebook group with some emphatic and beautiful sweary language, which I love. But okay, you get vertical and you are somebody, but you're not a horizontal identity anymore. You've brought things back to where you can move dimensionally to your next level of potential, clauses of your soul contract, destiny. So from stages 3 to 4, the tools were, remember, the axes of co-creation was the first tool. Then there's meeting your dark night transition team. That could be just therapists, etc. Anyone that's really a helper in that sort of first beginning phases. Soul prayers, gotta know, you gotta have a hold on soul prayers, and they are the way out of the shadow trickster. Then the process of mystical forgiveness is a tool, the power of both and the power of the cosmic heart, and understanding the cosmic heart in relationship to the human heart. So those are the tools in that phase. Now we go to stage 4. And once again, this is about the neutrality of being nobody horizontally. In the unknown, this is midnight. Remember, this is the midnight. And this involves really oftentimes, yes, your horizontal reality disintegrating. Certainly the systems of it and many of the identities. So this is where we feel it really, really heavy. And so in psychology, this is where I think clinical psychology, at least I'll say this, can accommodate this stage. There's a lot of usefulness perhaps with clinical psychology from stages 1 to 3. But once we went to that phase and then dropped down into stage 4, in that phase even, we're starting to pivot out of anything the 5 sensory psychologies offer and moving toward a true, one would oftentimes say spiritual crisis, but it's this horizontal level of life going vertical. Now, this is where your potential is like, you got to get vertical, or I cannot be born. I can't be born in the dimension and plane you're in right now. Your patterns and systems are antithetical to me, says your potential. We can't exist in the same space. So if you are, yes, a shadow codependent empath and you feel everybody, and now as an adult, it's gone shadow from this point of view of you feel people even when they don't ask for it. And now it's a strategy of, I don't know, getting them to like you, being in that sort of low esteem, wounded ego esteem system of, if they don't like me, well, then I won't survive. So I've got to be of value to them, which means they got to like me. So I'm going to feel everything about them or feel their feelings for them. Now, let's say your potential is in your contract, you got written, become an entrepreneur and start your own business at 40 years old. And now you got a problem. You're in a dimension where horizontal life is created through this shadow codependent empath pattern, where you're hypersensitive and you do feel everybody and it overwhelms you. And then you just accommodate and try to shape, maybe the shadow shapeshifters in the house. Maybe you've got little blood donor here. But here's the deal. Running a business, you cannot run a business as a shadow codependent empath. You can't. You'll spend your time not creating this business, which is, let's just say, service to the public or others. Rather, you'll spend your time making everyone happy, including your employees. So how are you going to tell them things that aren't going to make them happy? You won't be able to. You're starting to see the dimensional incongruency in how these things cancel out. Now, do you have to get completely rid of your shadow codependent empath? Maybe not. We're not going to be perfectionists, and I don't want you to think that way necessarily either. It's good to notice, wow, the shadow codependent empath and entrepreneur probably don't go hand in hand. That's probably, if I was a business person, I maybe would want, the conscious, empowered empath on my team. Sure. Get some good reads on people at business meetings and feel the field of the public so I know what I can bring that's of most service to them. Boom. But making everyone happy that I'm supposed to tell what to do to ensure that my business actually thrives, grows, having boundaries with my employees, making sure they realize we're not best friends. You work for me? Yeah. So this is about that. Now you could fill in anything. So as you look to your own dark night process and everything that's been revealed so far, you might want to take a moment and go, what might be trying to come in stage 5 to 6 that my current team would cancel the hell out? Or I'd hobble along and I wouldn't have enough empowerment to take steps into whatever destiny's asking of me, my potential's asking of me. Now, this is, in a way you go, wow, this makes sense. Yeah, it does. And as we know, because we're moving around in mystical territory, with mystical archetypes, there's a lot of both and, a lot of nuance, and there isn't any perfectionism. So, you could have little orbs of the shadow codependent empath. Let's say you drop from the dark night from a level 9 down to 2. I do believe oftentimes it's adequate deactivation, not perfect or not complete. Sometimes, though, it is complete. But I don't, once again, you to get into some either or about the dark night either. Sometimes it's both and. And once again, a good mystical pivot will level everything up and shore it up. And we're going to learn those. So that's part of the new system, mystical pivoting. What's a mystical pivot? How does that connect to self-care and self-connection? How does it connect to, intuitive living as an intuitive adult? Now, this midnight does ask this 4th stage of becoming horizontally nobody, that you do deactivate to some degree or completely, and that certain facets of what you've created in your life disintegrate, dismantle, or deanimate so that something new can happen, especially if, like I just showed you, things cancel each other out and the new can't happen in context to the old. So this is sort of a both and on top of a either or, if you will. Sometimes it's technical, but something cannot coexist in the same space at the same time. Sometimes it can. If you have a full-blown, once again, shadow codependent empath, and then yet also an entrepreneur archetype, if they're both level 10, I think you're going to have a big conflict in your psyche and in your business, and they'll cancel each other out. It's technical. Now, where it gets both and is, well, I can be a level 2 at shadow codependent empath and level 9 entrepreneur, and I'll get by. I'll have some hang-ups here and there, but I'll stay on top of this, do some mystical pivoting when necessary, and move on my merry way. Absolutely. So there's the both and, but then there's a weird, interesting kind of almost either or. And that's both and. When you're in this 4th stage, though, you do evaluate what stays and what goes. And sometimes it's evaluated for you. Sometimes it's just gone. It leaves you. But that's the natural part of this. And then I mentioned we go into a new phase from stage 4 before 5. And in that, dualism becomes holism. And we are now beginning to almost sometimes, if you will, upgrade a bit our archetypal transition team to more spiritual levels of spiritual director. So this might be when you actually talk to a real good, solid, clear, intuitive counselor. Mystical paradox starts to become your best friend. And you begin to meet soul archetypes, destiny archetypes, and a mystical team of archetypes. Now, what I did last time, where we left off, was going through and meeting those mystical team members. And I presented this, and I want to remind you, because we have a couple more to bring in, as if we were going to look at it through the lens of the mystical parents and how they would parent your inner child through these other mystical team members, or in concert, or in collaboration with them. So the mystic archetype in you is the first place we begin. And really, let me also say this as the mystical self. So this is where I want to get a little more specific and dial in a few things. The mystical self is truly the soul. That's what it is. Now, as soon as I go into mystical self, I'm creating space for multisensory psychology to begin, because this is important to have. You need an understanding of, yes, whatever our modern day psychology has on offer in regards to its 5 sensory parameters, but also you need a deep understanding as a mystical being, soul, in a human journey, of the psyche and a then multi-sensory psychology, which includes 5 sensory psychology, by the way. And therefore, saying mystical self is, I technically feel, a better way to anchor into this Chiron journey of being, yes, you're half immortal, half mortal while you're here, both and. But the mystic archetype, its driver is, once again, union with the all, presence with the all, unconditionally, and certainly more from an emotional tone. And as we go to mystical territory, the mind does not come. So the mystical parents, these inner, unconditionally present parental forces that parent the inner child through mystical love, divine paradox, and in ways that allow you to evolve spiritually into a mature co-creative adult, intuitive adult, and in ways that allow you to develop a new inner system of home. So mystical parents are parenting through mystical laws, truth, and mystical archetypes. Now, I presented to you this inner kind of, it's kind of like a timeline. It's also just kind of like an energetic connection in which how the mystical parents take care of the inner child reverberates to this adult, and whether there is one inside of you. Now, what we're going to do in this lesson, because this is where we bring it all home and really get into the new system, which is led by the intuitive adult, is I want you now to understand we're also starting to move toward inner and outer. Inner meaning vertical, the mystical team on this axis, and then horizontal, in which this is the axis that the intuitive adult negotiates. But the intuitive adult is in the center. So you want to start to understand soon an archetype is going to emerge in stage 5. And it is this spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult, which we're going to define, get into, riff through, model. But it has a thread inextricably connected to how you are, in a sense, self-parenting your inner child. So whether it's an intuitive, co-creative adult force or not is dependent on the mystical team in there and what they're doing. And what starts to happen is that the mystical parents and the intuitive adult become kind of two sides of the same coin. And each is influencing the other. I kind of said call and response last time, like there's information and things being sent back and forth on this connection that informs how, let's say, intuitive and adult the intuitive adult is. And also then when we go back to the inner mystical parents, we've got this inner child here. But here's the thing, and I got to put this on the map now. You're not a child anymore. You're just not. You have an inner child, but you are not a child. And we have to begin to get to the intuitive adult. We have to make that shift and that differentiation that we will always have this beautiful inner child. We spent this, 7 lessons, 20 hours? Really getting to know that force. And now I'm giving you a pivot that says, yes, and you're not a child anymore. And both and, you have an inner child, and you always will while you're alive here. So this is what I mean. You got to think like me. You've got to start holding in your psyche a map that has interconnectedness going on and understand what influences what and how as a system of self, system of soul, system of co-creation, system of home. Now, that said, mystical parenting, it's intuitive. It's kind of both and. Like there's day-to-day things could change, but we also have constants. And we're going to parent from the truth of one constant is parenting from the truth of the inner child's soul esteem. Hey, you were born enough. That is just your nature, period. In a sentence. So that's mystical truth. That may not be human truth at all. I mean, I don't know if any of us felt we were born enough. Hello, in a culture that tells us we have original sin. But this is where the mystical parents step in and say, well, that's the horizontal parenting of the realm you were born into. We're getting to vertical parenting here. It's the inner channel here. And here we're going to parent from the truths. You're already enough, you're already worthy, and you're already whole. Now, here's the thing. I'm saying that to you, and you're probably eating it up like a buffet, as you should. But we got to make it real. I've got to make it so freaking real to you that you can see when you're not actually parenting yourself that way. When you may be in a story that you are, but you are not. And that requires a vigilance around shame, around understanding when any driver in you is coming from a sense of, I'm not enough, I'm worthless, there's something wrong with me. And I'm telling you, those drivers are reinforced every day we wake up. We get on our devices, it's reinforced. We watch TV, it's reinforced. We go outside to the grocery store, it's reinforced. It is reinforced because it is in the fabric of life on this planet when it comes to being human, that we are not already whole. So being very aware of when you're not mystically self-parenting is really, really key. Now, I didn't say being perfect. I said being aware of when you're not doing it so that you can shift. And this isn't about, I just realized I've been, and this is kind of the other side of this, self-abandoning or abandoning my inner child through a shame-based way to parent them that I'm calling mystical, but it ain't. I want you to come back to this image, and I want you to think about something really, really key to what I'm saying right now. And that's when you end up in this dark night and you go through a dimensional transition and you shed off your horizontal life in whatever way you're called, you are letting go of cultural patterning, familial patterning, and coordinates. You are letting go of shame to get back to the soul self and claim consciously the soul esteem. That's the nature of your soul self and you. And now you got to bring that back on the return, back into a new inner system of home and back into a culture that does not necessarily, if at all, carry in it and its patterns soul esteem or any references to being whole or enough as you are. As an intuitive, and as someone who respects other colleagues that are really great with whatever intuitive skills they have, and some not so great, I've come to understand where we as intuitives, you as an intuitive, are going to get stuck. And it's really a final frontier of a blind side. And it is in this arena I'm talking about right here. It is, I can't see clearly because I have not yet shed culture. I have not yet shed the patterns of my tribalism. I'll have someone say, oh yeah, I so have. And the next thing I know, I hear some political tribal comment out of their mouth. And I just go, okay, you're in a story about it, but you haven't because, and here's the thing. This isn't about being perfect, but it is about knowing this. It's about knowing, hey, my capacity to mystically self-parent from soul esteem is in fact, yes, predicated on my cultural blind sides. You're working through and have worked through, I'm sure, a lot of your life, your familial blind sides. These are probably some new layers here for sure, but some aren't new layers. It's like, oh yeah, I totally knew in my family that we were basically, as a family, running on a white trash esteem system. That's my family. Where we're nothing. We're trailer park, trash. So this is big. And it is a practice, by the way, because once again, every day and so when people do intuitive readings, I remember this one psychic, whenever she would do a reading for somebody, she was on TV all the time. She would always speak in very tribal Judeo-Christian terms about people and their souls. So if someone had an abusive father, she would say, oh, your father was an evil spirit. Instead of what I would say, which is, my father was a wounded man that was in pain. So this is what I mean by these pieces. And this particular psychic could only see through their own orientation to their inner system of home that was full of blind sides from my point of view. Now, this is to make a point about you being very clear on what it means to be in the vertical mystical territory and mystically in your interior self-parent. That's going to translate out to the outer horizontal through the intuitive adults. But are you really parenting from unconditional presence and love? Are you? Because you may say that and I'll watch you 5 minutes. I'll watch in 5 minutes something conditional come out of your mouth. You'll make a statement about yourself that shows that you don't fully really accept you. And that's not to make you wrong. This is, once again, you can't use perfectionism to heal any of this. None of those systems will help this heal. It takes a mystical pivot. It takes knowing, hey, I am both really effed up and amazing. Ah! So I can just be okay with that because I'm enough. My life isn't a journey of fixing anything. It's revealing just how enough I already am. Now that's mystical and is driven mystically. I'm already enough. This course with Robert, this weekend, with Robert and Carolyn in Santa Fe, this is just about revealing my enoughness. I'm not fixing anything. I am healing, which is bringing things back to holism, but I'm not fixing anything. Now, we parent mystically from holism, that said, which is full of both and accountability. We're going to get into some of that, boundaries, and understanding karma in its multidimensional nature, and the holism of all dimensions and their laws. So mystically self-parenting means, hey, I have to understand child psychology, human child psychology. I've got an inner child here after all. That is a human experience and therefore human archetype. So let's look at the laws of the human psyche. Let's look at how trauma anchors. Let's look at how the subconscious mind recruits and downloads. Everything I have brought you to look at is essential for the mystical parents to employ and use and work with holistically. And then out of all of that, what does happen, this is our end game, is something new, a new force emerges. It's called the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult. Coming back to that later, but we're parenting from divine paradox. We're parenting from the soul contract level of reality and earth school. We're parenting from fate and destiny, understanding the co-creative laws of life here, which includes survival, death, rebirth. And then now we're going into the mystical archetypes, the mystical victim. We're using that as part of our parenting. Now, I'm going to start switching language a little here because once again, I've got to shift us out of. And let me be clear, this isn't like, once again, getting rid of the inner child. No. Disassociating from the inner child. Absolutely not. It's this.
Okay.
Serious. Got something to say about that. It's this. I'm no longer a child. If I'm going to be in present time, which is a necessity for being a clear, intuitive, and adult, I got to realize I'm no longer a child. I carry an inner child. And I carry an inner system of home that is also archetypally matched with an outer system of home. So, both and. We have to go into the inner child and just be with this timeline and its experiences and its archetypes and the team it recruited before we can pivot to, I'm no longer a child. So the mystical self-parenting of the inner child is really to cocoon this child into a safe creative space. But that can't happen without all the work we've already done, and perhaps more. But at some point, the child's safe enough, and it becomes the creative inner child. And we move into the adult. Now, you do want to note a couple things here. One, the mystical parents and the intuitive adult are both adults. Both these forces are in the adult archetype. You cannot be a parent without being an adult. Well, you know how that goes if you try, because a lot of our parents, that's what they were. You know, they weren't really adults themselves. And I asked, probably at the beginning of this course, are there even any adults in the world when you think about it? Of course there are. But now, understanding the mystical victim and mystical prostitute, this becomes important. We covered that last time. Parenting from mystical love through the mystical lover. Mystical lover becomes very important. In fact, I'd say a lead force in a lot of the parenting of that inner child. So I talked about that and contrasted that with shadow lover. And then we went into soul esteem standards versus low esteem conditions and all that goodness. Then we talked about the mystical alchemist, that you are nor is your child. You're neither the lead or gold. You're the alchemist in the opus of turning lead to gold. Our culture constantly reinforces we're either the lead or the gold, and the lead needs to get to the gold, and this is how to get to the gold, and you better get to the gold to get to be enough and have enough what? Value, because that's what? The standard of our currency, gold. Although that's changing now to, data on people. But now, that said, I introduced you to what it would be like to parent with a love rebel. Raw, real force. That's really like this marriage of the mystical lover and rebel archetype, a necessity for empathic souls to understand and work with. And it, moves in the world with the intuitive heart of a mystical lover. And yet at the same time, it will draw a sword from a loving center of holism and can live in a both and way to see people and both and way to be in relationships with people. Now, this is where I'm going to bring in two new forces that will complete, for the time we have together, the mystical archetypes. So the next forces that I would offer you that I think are absolutely essential, big time, to mystically self-parenting an inner child are the mystical sovereigns of king and queen, the mystical king and the mystical queen. What this becomes about, and it's really key to creating a womb through which can emerge the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult. The sovereign archetype, whether king or queen, what each has in common with the other is that one rules oneself. One has a sovereign relationship with all of who they are. That's the mystical sovereign. I have a sovereign relationship with all of me. Now, when I say all of you, I mean your shadow, the stuff you can't stand about yourself, the stuff you maybe adore about yourself and appreciate about yourself, the stuff you don't, and everything in between. In the mystical sovereign, we have a relationship to all of that, such that no matter what it is we are, or have done, or have become, or haven't become, or haven't done, we still own us and rule us. It's a creative sovereign relationship. It's no matter what happens to me, no matter what others say or do, or how they treat me, the only power they have is the power I perhaps unconsciously or consciously give them. They only have the power to dictate how I relate to myself if I've given it to them somehow. Now, I can say that, and I don't want you to think I'm presenting a sovereign self-relationship as just simply through the mind as a choice, because that's not how it works. I've seen a lot of people in various sectors of like the coaching arts, business strategists, business coaches, and just spirituality self-help overall, frame a lot of the time that a lot of things are just a choice. When I know, and now you do, the complexity of our systems, how trauma anchors work, how teams work, and how archetypes manage something, that until we're aware of that territory, perhaps there is no choice. It's all ran by the subconscious and a team. So some people don't have a choice just to decide, well, I'm just going to self-relate as a sovereign today. As soon as they get criticized or their inner shadow critic gets pinged and kicks in, there's no choice at all. They'll go to the team that manages criticism or their core feelings of not being enough. And then that becomes what chooses. And when it's that choosing, it's not usually a sovereign relationship that's activated. So you rule your relationship to yourself as a sovereign. So if I'm in my mystical king, I hold myself in my own sense of creative authority as a spiritually mature co-creative adult. And I recognize that how I want to relate to me on any given day is something that can be, maybe it isn't right now, but it can be what I choose it to be. And if I'm not in a place to choose it, then the work becomes, well, let's see if we can shift to that. So if I get a download, a vision as an intuitive adult, a read on something, and I know my own wires, how guidance speaks to me, I've got a robust shadow process that definitely keeps an eye on, any kind of denial or cultural hangups I have that keep my intuition distorted, or any hangups for that matter. And I know it's a clear read. In my mystical king, I can own that read and I can proceed forward or not, but I choose. I choose how I'm going to relate to me today. You can come to me and bring homophobia because I'm a gay man. And my mystical king can look at you and go, well, that's nice. I own me. You don't. I know being gay was never a choice. The only choice I made was to be honest about who I am. So you're not going to decide for me today or ever how I relate to me creatively, how I relate to me in any capacity, because I own that. I rule that. And I don't have to say a thing back to you. My countenance, my field establishes this boundary with you. Probably better than words ever would anyway. But if I use words, you'll feel them. You'll feel the king in them. And I bet you won't come for me again. Because that typically is how this rolls. You can't take power from me. You can't rule me. You can't rule me creatively. Now, here's the thing. There are situations in life and ancestral lineages where people have been slaves and people have been exterminated in genocides. And so you might go, well, Robert, what about that? And I would go, exactly. It's a great place to take this to the streets. And there's a great movie, 12 Years a Slave, where this memoir that's now in film form, this man who was a free Black man in the North was kidnapped in DC and taken to the South for 12 years as a slave. But the whole time he was there, this is what's the most powerful part of that movie for me, certainly from the lens of archetypes and the mystical sovereign. He never relates to himself as a slave, even though he is in slavery. That's why this is vertical. Because life will not, perhaps horizontally, mirror what your vertical truth is. And if that's true, if that actually happens, do you collapse out of your sovereign? Do you go to shadow victim? What do you do? And it's not right or wrong. But it's rather, I will stay in this. And guess what? If I stay in my mystical sovereign, I want you to imagine how safe my inner child's feeling right about now. that I'm going to be with me. I'm going to relate to me, all of me, messy me, shiny me, dim me, whatever, as a sovereign. So if someone wants to take a shot at my flaws, great, go for it. I choose to relate to those with acceptance, presence, and unconditional love. Your need to take a shot at that says you don't relate to your flaws that way. So, okay. I hope someday you do. So these forces are really, I love them. I love the sovereigns. I love the mystical sovereigns, most notably, because what they do is they step into holism. And every time I say holism, I want you to hear mystical. I want you to hear all of you. I want you to hear all of everything. All, the all is one. Mystical truth. In this regard, in self-relationship. So, do you relate to yourself as a mystical sovereign? And to what degree, if so? And how do you know? How do you know it's actually really true? And so, yeah, this is part of the inner team. Now, a true sovereign sees others as equal sovereigns as well. Because if you're in your king or queen or sovereign of some sort, that's just a better word for you, and you are in your value, your soul esteem, or just your mystical self-esteem, or even in your wounded ego esteem, but you're aware and you're present and you're unconditional, it's very unlikely you look out horizontally and want to bring people and put them down, or run over their sovereignty and take them over to get to enough, or to have more, or to grab their power grid or their power and plug it into your grid. A mystical sovereign doesn't do that. And they let people have their process and their own creative journey. You get to rule that. And it's actually, this archetype's connected to mystical law. And one of the mystical laws is free will and free agency as a soul, that this one plugs into. Now, from this second liminal dark night zone, remember, we're in a phase here. We enter stage 5, and we begin to meet spiritually our lives, but in a very horizontal way. We're going to go horizontal here. We start to go horizontal again. Now, we just met all the mystical team, and we've been introduced somehow to what it's like to be parented by, yes, mystical parents, but these companion mystical archetypes and team forces. And now it's time to begin earthing it horizontally. So stage 5, gestation and experimentation. This is the dawn. From the void of horizontally becoming nobody, and then in that vertical state, meeting vertical forces, we begin to feel something growing in us, something new forming, something's gestating, and it's alive. And this is perhaps new archetypes activating. It's new patterns, new inspirations, new guidance, new systems. We begin to experience what I call synchronicities of destiny. Before, we had fate, synchronicities of fate, 2x4 type variety, shadow trickster variety, synchronicities that were there to coach us into going vertical. And now we have the exact opposite, synchronicities to go horizontal again, that look like shit falling into place that you couldn't have on your best day planned, but some greater organization did. You have new magnetics. You have new archetypes coming online here. Small doors begin to open. You start to meet new people, perhaps, and you are attracted to new horizons. Isn't that a great word? Your intuitive guidance starts to become more about birth, not death. More about birth. And then you can sense there's a new cycle kicking in. A new cycle of potential is on the move, birthing. Now, you're going to begin in this stage a slow process of integration of this new that happened and came to you vertically. Now it's magnetically going horizontal, pulling stuff together. And it's time to experiment. And I hope you heard that word. And depending on where you're at in the dark night, you might not have heard a damn word I just said because your perfectionist was listening. So I had to pull forward your experimentalist and just remind you of the difference. The experimentalist doesn't give a F about whether it blows up the laboratory trying out a new formula or not. It knows I'll get the formula right, meaning to work as a new system, whatever. So I can blow up the lab. You know why? It's not about my worthiness, whether the lab blows up or not. Or trying something new causes me to fall on my face. Okay, I get back up. I'm an experimentalist. I got to try it out. How else am I going to get it? So, what I'm saying here, and this is the new mystical system talking. Now notice, everything I'm saying comes from a mystical perspective in you, through me. Hey, life isn't about perfection. It's about presence. It's about growth, evolution, connection, love. It's about showing up with all of me getting to be here. So, blow up the laboratory, get the formula right on the first try. Oh, well, who cares? This is about me finding this new life horizontally. And I'm going to mess up, if we can even call it that. You know, there's no such thing now in this new system as quote unquote failure as I used to think of it. There's just learning something new on my way to success, or learning something new on my way to a system really taking hold and working. That's it. So here, you're going to need to experiment with new archetypes. Experiment with new archetypes, which means, please hear this. When it comes to mystical self-parenting, you might not know what the hell you're doing. And you might not get it right, quote unquote, meaning, hey, this really wasn't mystical self-parenting. This was a shame-driven, shadow-judged attempt to parent myself. Okay, cool. So let's keep trying. Let's come back to the basics of the mystical forces and archetypes. How do they roll? What do they run on? Soul esteem. Okay, cool. And it's going to jam you up a little and feel weird. Good, it should. Anything new feels really funky. Have you ever tried learning a foreign language and then beginning to speak it? You know why some people don't actually ever become fluent is because they're too afraid to make mistakes and actually get in front of someone who's native and be like, je voudrais parler français avec toi, mais je ne sais pas comment parler français. Je vais essayer quand même, mais... And I speak French fluently because I pushed through that. This new fluency is the fluency of the intuitive adult co-creator in the end. Noch einmal auf Deutsch. So here, that's what I'm saying here. This is so key. So what I'm saying to you is this. Hey, you're going to leave this class. You're going to take what I'm saying to the streets. You're going to start experimenting. And you're going to mess it up. Yay, you. And you know what? You're going to try again and again and again. And eventually, this stage 5 will roll into stage 6. We're not there yet, but it will. So you've got to experiment with new archetypes to get a sense out of the mystical vertical, what can actually go horizontal and replace the team, the archetypes, the systems that just went dark and neutralized. Now, I'm saying this as if it's linear, but in reality, it's not, right? It's, I think, Robert, at the same time, I'm in stages 3, the phase between 3 and 4, 4, the phase between 4 and 5, and 5. I think that's where I'm at. I'd go, absolutely. You're cycling in this territory. You've become nobody horizontally enough for something new to kind of move in and crossfade. And now you just got to kind of keep tweaking, experimenting, and watching when you're right back in that old system. And let me tell you, relapse is part of this. And there will be overwhelming days where you just go to the old system because it's what you know. It worked before. This is actually completely normal in a sense. Dark night normal, dark night process normal. So here's the paradox. It's even in the way you approach the dark night process itself that you're practicing the new system. So if I'm practicing being with messy experimentation, not being perfect, screwing things up. Guess what you're practicing? The new system. Because that's what the new system does. It experiments and it doesn't make itself wrong for falling short or blowing up the lab. So inherent in what I'm coaching and guiding is the new system itself. I'm speaking through it. And then you realize, oh, wow, my whole life's never going to be about getting anything right. Absolutely. It's going to be about expressing in optimal ways and the optimal ways you can your potential in service to other people with an intuitive heart and a whole new inner team and mystical pivots when you end up in an old team. And understanding the power and powerlessness of the mind and understanding the ongoing wounding influence of perhaps family and culture, certainly culture, and how to be with that in a way where you have a spiritual practice in the realest and most grounded and balanced sense of that. Now, what would it mean to mystically self-parent, and what happens when you begin to do this more consistently while I'm talking about it? Now, I've got to bring this thread in, and it's very mystical, of course. Remember, we're in stage 5. We can only get out of, and this is kind of what I've been saying, the management of some of our patterns. Let me say it, the way some of our patterns manage our life or parent our inner child. We can only get out of that when it comes to the inner system of home. We can only get out of that at a mystical level. So you've got to understand this sort of catch-22 paradox, loop that might happen. If I am someone who is an addict and I am working towards sobriety, or let's just say I'm actually now in sobriety, and I'm going to give you an actual real story. So I had a friend slash client who was a recovering alcoholic and had about 8 years sober in their journey of recovery. But one weekend started drinking again, just some beers, at the ski resort. And then again, some more beers. And so I called them out. I said, what's going on? Oh, it's just no big deal. I figured a couple beers here and there, it's probably fine. And I said, really? Really? And then I read them spontaneously. And I said, well, listen, I can tell you what's really going on if you want. I don't, offer this sort of level of reading unsolicited. And I said, this is what I just got off you. Your whole sobriety was driven by shame. You got sober out of shame, which, hey, sometimes you got to take the motivator you can because it'll save your life. So I'm not making that wrong. I sense many people in recovery begin with shame as the driver of their sobriety. But at some point, this is what happened to this person. Your sobriety will falter if you're meant to rewire the intentionality of your sobriety to soul esteem or to worthiness, such that, hey, you know why I'm sober? Because I'm worth it. It's the best gift I give me. I have a contract with this journey from addict to mystic. And on the mystic side, there's soul esteem. And sure, my journey started out with shame. And I had to get sober to be a better person. I had to get sober because I should. I had should. And maybe that's real. I should get sober because I'm about ready to die. I should get sober. It's my third DUI. Like I said, I'm not making a case here at all of shame being an adequate driver for sobriety. I'm just naming as a technician where this can go. And it goes to relapse. So lots of times people, if shame continues to be the driver of sobriety in their addiction, then they become, as we call it, dry drunks, or they manifest addictive behavior in another. It's like pops up somewhere else. Because one of the essential shifts in the mystic archetype, which is what really sobriety ultimately is connected to, is that you're enough already. So if you go out there and, I don't know, you get sober, or let's now apply it to food addict. You lose the weight, you clean up your diet, but you did it because you should, and you got to be a better person. Instead of, you know what, here's what's up, man. I am so loving me and my flossomeness and my soul esteeminess and mystical self-esteemness, that eating right, i.e. healthily, or being sober, I do because I'm worth it. I'm worth that life. Not because I should. You can live in the shoulds. I'm going to live in the worth. And I said to this friend, I said, listen, you're still driven by polarity. I'm either good or bad. I'm either going to be worthy or worthless here. And your deeper mystical self is pressuring you to redo your intention around why you're sober and what drives your sobriety mystically. And his jaw hit the floor. And he went right back to AA and his sponsor and nipped that in the bud and rebooted sobriety with worthiness. That's mystical territory. So how do you get out of some patterns? Some to really get out of them so they don't come back around eventually and bite you in the ass, is it takes a mystical level of shift. Now, another example, the perfectionist and the shadow judge or critic. Shadow critic. You don't get out of the perfectionist or shadow judge or shadow critic with more perfectionism, more shadow judgment, or shadow criticism. And that's typically the place we begin in self-improvement is in our shadow critic or our shadow judge. You need soul esteem of the mystic. You need to truly, truly, truly cultivate the best you can. I'm enough even as a messed up person. I'm enough. And you can maybe say that and it's okay, it's cool. But do you really feel that to be true? Is that an activated truth in your system? And if it's not, that's fine. We gotta be honest with what's true. Always and start there. And sometimes this is part of why it's a mystical pivot here. You got to bring in higher, greater power to help this out. You got to say soul prayer. Hey, I can't get past my inner shadow critic. I don't have, it's too powerful. It's got me so spun around. I'm being shadow critical with my shadow critic. And, in my attempt to try to neutralize it and heal. So, hey, mystical grids, mystical teams, I need your power. I need you to move through my life and my system and my psyche with power that helps me shift this, because I can't do it myself. And you're absolutely right. That may be absolutely true. And you know what? That's a soul prayer. Power and help is on the move. This class may very well be part of that. So you need soul esteem. You need some degree, not full-blown voltage necessarily, but some degree of activation here around, I just get a small sense that I'm worthy no matter what. Okay. Let me bring that to my perfectionist. And then how do we relate to a perfectionist with that active in us? I'm worthy no matter what. Oh, sweet perfectionist, thank you for managing, my worth, my abandonment fear, my survival security, my value in the world, my sense of safety. Thank you. But I think my mystical parents will take it from here. I'm going to just try using this other thing. So you can hang out, but I'm not letting you necessarily, in as much as I'm able, grab the mic, make decisions, and be present as the eyes I see through when I look in the mirror. So, and if I see you, I'm just going to give you love. I'm not going to make you wrong. You saved my ass. Thank you. See that mystical approach? Like, I'm not making the perfectionist wrong. Technically, your karma's a nightmare, but you're the best my system could do at 5 years old. So now I want to finish on this example as I show you that you only get out of the management of some of your patterns in your inner system of home at a mystical level with this, the invisible child and the narcissist. I feel like this will really resonate with many of you. You got to use mystical inner parents to define how you can be vulnerably visible in a world, this horizontal world that will forever be deemed as unsafe by your invisible child. Your invisible child is going to always think this world isn't safe. So the mystical pivot here, the way out of invisibility in part, is embracing why that child wants to hide or not be seen and what that manages. That's what we've been working on. And then you have to redefine what safe visibility is mystically. And this is how the mystic perhaps would define that, the mystical parents. Listen, in this life of horizontal visibility, you will meet externally people, organizations, anything, many things that will not feel safe, that won't be safe. And here's where we have to bring in the mystical level and anchor its power, yes, through soul esteem, but also through other mystical truth. And we have to redefine what it means to be safe at all. Because here's the thing, invisible child. You've got a destiny to become a visible adult. And in that visibility as an adult, people will only find you and the service you are born to give them if they can see you. We've got to find a way in this new inner system of home for you to be with the haters, the shadow critics, and the shadow judges, And let that just be an okay facet of that's how life rolls here. I gotta say, as your mystical parent, if you're waiting for the world to be safe enough for you to be visible, that's never happening, ever. So we've got to find another way. And that is in part through baby steps. I talk about this all the time, but also through, hey, listen, how can let's work on just being safe in an unsafe world. Let's do that. Are you down with that? I got you. And this is where you begin. You begin what? Experimenting with visibility. And then this is where over time you cultivate, this is part of a spiritual practice. Hey, I'm going to have to live in a world where people are haters, especially now, online, keyboard warriors with no face pics saying all sorts of crap, just hateful. And I have to start to be in a new system that can manage that without me going completely invisible. If I'm not seen, I can't serve. And I was born to serve. So the mystical pivot out is really soul esteem. Look, say what you want. I'm enough no matter what. So, this gives me a chance to strengthen that muscle and practice that. So give it your best shot. What else you got? Okay. Now the narcissist similarly, and this may be for you, but I'm more saying this in relationship to narcissists probably in your life, shadow narcissists. It's going to take a mystical pivot beyond proportion to shift that person out of a narcissist system. It's just, I'm just going to tell you right now, you do not have that power, nor do you really have the power to shift anybody particularly. But this is where you have to just, I think, soul prayer it. And depending on how severe the narcissism is, walk away. Love rebel, come on. Boundary, come on. You got to walk away. Because you can't, you're enabling their narcissism by being a light they can drain into their black hole. You actually enable it. And you don't have the power to make someone feel worthy at that core soul level of soul esteem. That's a mystical shift. So if you want out of your matching with narcissists and to move on, well, you're going to have to consult this inner mystical team. Soul prayer. Which one of you is going to help me move through this? Because this is draining, self-sabotaging. When I am drained by this narcissist, I pull away from my inner child and my self-connection in ways that conjure and reactivate this old team that downloaded when I dealt with my wicked queen mother and her narcissism. So, and here's what I would say too. Hey, there's no shame in admitting limits. There's no perfectionism here either. If you cannot be around a shadow narcissist or a wicked queen mother for that matter, you can't. Maybe someday you can. But start with your true, genuine system, its limits and capacities, and where you really are. Now, inside of stage 5 of this experimenting and practicing, you're going to meet your new inner system of home. And you're going to experimentally go horizontal again. That's what this stage is about. So we're going to be looking next at mystically self-parenting your inner child with the mystical self, mystical parents, new inner archetypal team. And what I want to now frame this as, because I want to move out of the child paradigm a little. It's important to move to the adults. Is this about just simply you being there for you? Now, we could break you into an inner child with mystical parents, and then we could go to a monadic idea of the divine in that. And yeah, we could absolutely, if it's useful, no problem. But at some point, it's just, we got to simplify. I got to be there for me. And when I'm not there for me, I got this thing called an inner child that's going to go, where are you? And that's where that starts to break into this activation of the inner child. It moves out of its creative, sort of state into, oh God, are we going to make it? Where are they? What's going to happen next? And then that whole team, or a lot of that team, is going to come back online. So this is about you being there for you radically, unconditionally, and responsibly. And all that equals mystically. It's about this. This is about you being there for you mystically. So we're going to take a little break, everyone. Like a little 10-minute rest break here. I'm going to come back and we're going to keep moving through this, give you a minute to kind of take in everything. And then I'm going to go and we're going to riff around. I think the best way I can teach you this new system is just through examples, like I have been. And riffs, it's just better to use examples. I've seen hundreds and thousands of them in clients and myself. So, what does it mean to mystically self-parent via Mystical Lover? Like, what is that really about? What's the kind of, so we've done a little of it already. I want to do another pass through. And then we walk right into the spiritually mature co-creative adults and get into that as this new leader, this central force in your psyche that leads. Okay, so little break. Where's my little break thing? 10 minutes. I'll see you right back here. And hope you're all doing well. I'm going to check in with my team and see what your comments are saying. All right. See you in a minute. Hey, everybody, just coming back to the class. Home stretch here. So while you're getting yourself situated, coming back, just so you're aware, a couple updates, or just in case you didn't know, the PDF guides will be available in about 10 days to 2 weeks. I'm going to take a much needed few days off, and then get to finishing those and looking at how I want to arrange all the content and stuff. And then they'll be released probably a couple at a time. So it might not be like 10 days from now. You might actually get in a week or so, a couple of them. And sort of after that, they'll come out if you're wondering about that timeline. Also, just so you are aware, I just spoke to mace.com today. We are going to do a part 2 to this class. Obviously, it's a separate tuition and all that good stuff. And I think we're looking at, it's all very preliminary, so do not hold me to anything I'm about ready to say, because literally we just talked about it for 5 minutes today. But we're looking at maybe kicking that off sometime mid-July. It'd be similar, but what I'm looking at doing in that is getting to things that I didn't get to in this huge, mass, voluminous, what is now 25-hour journey, or whatever, and focusing on areas where I felt like there could be more offered, and more offered in terms of supporting you in your journey. Some different, also just frankly, produced things to help you balance your system, whether that's hypnosis or meditations. That might be part of it. And Q&A. I'd like to do a Q&A with you guys, and sort of, actually, I think that's how we'll start, is a Q&A and you can't take, obviously, 2 unless you've taken 1. So certainly you've got enough to work with for a while, and I'm very mindful of that. And I definitely said to mace.com, like, we need to give these students, I mean, there's some people that are still in lesson 4, 2, 1, time to catch up to getting through the whole course, and then also just processing part 1. So I'll actually be looking to you in the Facebook group, if you're in there, for any, and certainly only comment after you've done the whole thing, any insights and stuff that you'd like to see enhanced, deepened, supported, that sort of thing. So, but we agreed today to do a part 2 to this. I said that I think it would be really beneficial for everybody to have some more support. And so, for example, I couldn't get too deep into trauma anchors, and I want to offer something around that. I had originally wanted to bring in a little hypnosis work, but the content overwhelmed the time, so I don't have time and energy for that, and that's actually really hard to produce. And so maybe we can get some of those things going in the second part, and some other stuff. And I would like to do a formal, opening yourself, meditation as just its own track, and closing yourself down at the end of the day meditation, something like that as well. Just some ideas I'm having now. Once again, it's all tentative. I'm not committing to anything 100%, but it'll definitely be really to serve you. I mean, it's all about, where do you need more from me in ways that I can deliver, and all that good stuff. So just keep in mind, something a little exciting, even though we're saying goodbye shortly here. We're not really, in a way. So, all right. So PDFs within about 2 weeks, maybe part 2 within about 6 weeks. And the journey will continue, as it always does. Yeah, I mean, there's so much more. It's funny planning a course, and I was looking at all my bullet points, getting ready, and then there's the amount of time it takes to actually teach it, and also help everyone at different levels, of getting the information, and also, ventilate and give examples and ground it all. So it always takes so much longer than my planning. Okay, so let's formally start back. And I'll like I said, I'm gonna do some, not really surveys, but I'm gonna reach out to all of you in the Facebook group, and because that's the only way I can, and get a sense from you of what, after this is over, maybe in a couple weeks, what you would like to see in a part 2. Okay. Let's see, where are we going? Yes. So now we're at the stage where you are experimentally beginning to go horizontal again, stage 5. And with that, we want to look next at mystically self-parenting your inner child with the mystical self, mystical parents, and a new inner archetypal team. I've already talked about all of that. I do want you to keep in mind, truly, the leader in this process thus far, this transformation of this inner system of home, is the mystical self. So even the mystical parents are sort of recruited by that to take on this part of you that we're calling, and that is your inner child. Now, once again, I want to start shifting language to adult language. And now we're just going to begin to say, hey, you know what this is about? It's about you taking care of you. It's about you not abandoning you, and becoming very aware of what self-abandonment now means. It means something very different in stage 5 than it did way back at stage 1. And in some ways, it means the same thing, both and. But this is about you being there for you radically, unconditionally, and responsibly. Now, that said, track with me. We've got to move around in you, because what's coming up is soon this mystical self is going to abdicate, in a sense, the leadership role to the intuitive adult. And there's a reason why this shift happens. Now, the intuitive adult contains the mystical self. It's not like they're separate forces per se, but it's a different individuation in the psyche. It's a different center in the psyche, the intuitive adult, let's say, versus the mystical self. Here's what's up. The primary role, after all I've taught you, really, it all comes down to this. And all that matters too. But I really feel like this is the place to just really be landing yourself as a core fundamental center when it comes to your inner child and mystically self-parenting. And that's this. The primary role of the mystical inner parents to your inner child is simply presence. Presence. Such that that child knows, hey, there's someone here looking out for me. There's someone here encouraging soul esteem, encouraging mystically healing, encouraging being creative, encouraging my development as an inner child. So this is about the mystical inner parents being there to encourage creative self-recognition. Hey, inner child, you're unique in all the galaxy. Oh, yeah, you're enough. You're worthy. It's your nature. And you know what? We got you. You're safe. You're safe here. In this new inner system of home, we got you. And there's also this sense of helping the inner child know that through all these other archetypes, mystical victim, etc., hey, sometimes things just happen. And that's how this life can be. Hey, when you get down to being creative and creating something, and then your alchemist gets in the mix, well, you're not the lead or the gold. So express yourself. Experiment with yourself. What also comes into play here a little is this idea of teaching accountability to your inner child. Think of, I guess, some model of, parenting where a parent is using discipline or, I think, thoughtfulness or mindfulness to help a child learn karma. What you do affects things. So when you bully someone on the playground, that affects that, fellow student in kindergarten. So there is some sense here of giving some sense of, hey, you're part of this co-creative web, and you've got to learn the laws of co-creation and karma. There's a sense of teaching mystical self-connection and what that means. Now, it's mystical, so it's all you gets to be here. So what arrives out of this over time, this sort of inner practice, this interior practice of inner self-parenting through mystical parents and the team I've already taught you, is that this creative child archetype starts to activate. And then that brings up, I think, a bit of a question about, hey, what about the role of God or the divine, or, this idea of greater power? Well, on one hand, once again, the inner child archetype is a facet for sure of the human psyche and human psychological development, 100%. Yet, and there is also this mystical soul self that is having a journey through childhood in the psyche of childhood, through the psyche of childhood. But that mystical soul self isn't a child. It's a light body. It's, now we can speculate, and I think there's perhaps some truth to this around, is there an equivalent sort of child to adult journey for a soul? I certainly know, what I do know for sure is that there's evolution. I don't know if our human paradigms transfer to that dimension. Certainly not in some equivalency. But, the thing to consider here is you've got this mystical soul self. And you really, and this is where I think the divine comes into play, mystically, to your mystical system. And that's, hey, you have a light body as this mystical soul self. You've got a contract. Yes. You're in a soul group. Yep. You're evolving. Yep. You've got this journey from fate to destiny. Yep. But anything in the mystical, even arts, if you will, like mystical self-parenting, is going to be hard to pull off without understanding power and powerlessness and how that operates in the universe, dimension to dimension. How does power work in one dimension versus another? How does power work at the level of my light soul body versus a greater, energy grid than just my one little, vault of soul? There needs to be, in mystical self-parenting, some reference point to greater power. You're going to need greater power at times. On a soul level, we understand this, I think, just naturally, because in that dimension of light bodies and energy, we understand power just like that, as grids, as there's greater sources to channel, connect into. There's your soul, its energy, its power, if you will, but also its powerlessness, where its power starts and stops. None of our souls are all powerful. So there is a need to understand the mystical, cosmic, co-creative laws and truth, and the law of a soul's free will and agency, which is part of that, and evolutionary development. I don't, and I would never at this stage, certainly, if ever, maybe, lay claim to understand everything over, let's say, there. I know some things, and there's a lot I don't. And what I do know so far is, yes, we have soul agreements, soul contracts, we have soul's evolution. We come in for various karmic journeys that are not defined through punishment at all, but learning, and sometimes service. The Bodhisattva is a journey of karmic service on behalf of someone else's karma, not their own. And there's so many other X factors, nuances, things that break any kind of rule you could come up with that I, as an intuitive, learned long ago not to get too certainly fundamentalist about anything, but also sure of anything. There's always an exception to what I would think might be a rule. And that's what it means to actually be intuitive, seeing things as they actually are, as they reveal themselves to you truthfully through their own nature. So when you are mystically parenting yourself, there will be times to reference greater power. Soul prayers are, I sense and think, one of the most accessible and easy ways to do that. So having said that, you know, you'll want to do that when you're trying to maybe work on healing a timeline. You know, your power alone as soul or soul in human form, it's not going to pull off all your healing. You know, that's why you need a good teacher. You need a good therapist. You need a good, perhaps just healer. You need someone else who has a certain kind of quality of power or grace to lend to you or exchange with you in a resource exchange of some kind. I also sense that in the mystical verticalness of who we are, it's similar. Sometimes we have to go to greater forces, even as mystical parents, and know, hey, I need something else in here. My parental skills are going to fall short with, you know, healing this particular trauma or this timeline or this trauma anchor. Absolutely. So I would say that, you know, in part, you being in this course is an embodiment of just what I'm saying. You know, someone who has eyes that see and have seen thousands of journeys, thousands and thousands of dark night journeys, me, that can offer a map of sorts for your journey. Now, let's go through some examples of mystically self-parenting and what that looks like more in situational life, in stage 5 of experimentation. All right, mystical lover. We're going to use the mystical lover to self-parent. What does that look like? Well, let's say it's a bad day and your inner child is wondering where you at. And you're, you know, you're MIA, which is another way of saying you've decided to check out. When you check him back in, who knows? But you realize, whoa, here's the old team again. Here we are again with a lot of the survival archetypes of adaptation now running my horizontal life and reality, and therefore also my vertical one. I know this. I know there's also another way, because I'm in stage 5. I've gotten this far to get some reference points of vertical forces. But here, it's a horizontal day of relapse. Now, how would you sort of self-relate through the mystical lover to get back to mystically self-parenting and getting your inner child calm, safe? Well, once again, this is going to take mystical pivots not shame-driven pivots. Nothing your shadow judge is going to offer is going to be helpful here, nor your shadow inner critic, nor those in others. So Mystical Lover says, listen, remember me? Want to try me out again? I could be very useful here right now. And then you go, okay, well, Hado said I should. And so you lean in. And the Mystical Lover says, first thing, accept where you are. Accept it. How you feel about this? Can you accept it? You fell off the wagon today. Can you accept that? You're in some self-sabotage today. Your inner child is going cray. Yet your Mystical Lover will talk to you just like that. And you have to figure out, okay, can I accept this? And let's just say you can't. And then I'm going to go with you can. But no, Mystical Lover can't. Shadow Judge is in the house. The trial begins in about 5 minutes. The jury's assembled. I've got my lawyer. So no. And the Mystical Lover goes, okay. Let's accept that you can't accept it. And let's also acknowledge now you're powerless in this alchemy of acceptance. You don't have the power to accept something. So let's take it up. Let's go vertical. Soul prayer. Hey, greater grids of grace. Angels of acceptance. Those exist. I need you right now. I don't have it. I don't have this. I don't know. So come on in. I'm inviting you in to my field, to my system, to my psyche, my power. And please give me a grace bump so I can begin this alchemy of acceptance. Boom. Happening. And now, okay, enough to where you're like, I can accept that. I don't like it. Well, I can accept that I fell off the wagon of my mystical self-care and parenting. Mystical Lover says, fabulous. Do you know what? You're already reconnected to you. See how easy that is? Acceptance, boom. Even accepting you couldn't accept something, boom. Because all self-reconnection is unconditional presence. That's it. That's it. I know it's going to jam your shame-driven, get to the best life wiring that you're fed every day, but no. And okay. And this is mystical pivoting. This is with the Mystical Lover who is loving and present no matter what. That's what unconditional means. No matter what. Boom. You want to always really, truly, I think, understand, we talk about presence and self-help and spirituality from more Buddhist ideas, which are beautiful. But this is, I want to vibrationally shift to the rawness of it, the immediacy of it. It's really being with whatever is arising and happening in your genuine experience, and not just the horizontal experience, but the interior experiencing that horizontal. And the time warps that are happening or the triggering that might be happening, that's part of your presence as well. That's your present moment. So there can be this paradoxical sense of, I've got to neutralize this trigger to get back to the present moment. No. Did you just not track yourself there? Your present moment is being triggered. Your present moment is time warping. Be with that. And you're present. Mystical paradox. And this takes practice. And it's when it starts to root in, you will feel it. You will feel your system relax. You will feel your inner child go, cool, you're still around. Excellent. I'm going to get back to coloring in my coloring book. Presence, when it comes to any of these mystical team members, is, I would really even say this, and it's radical to say because I've been teaching you like crazy. but it could be just as simple as presence. That's it. Can you be with you no matter what? And understand that whatever is happening in your moment is your present. Even paradoxically, if it's a triggered time warp or a nostalgic grieving, that's how you're experiencing this moment. Yeah, you're 10 years back, maybe through a trigger, 20, 30, 40, but that's your moment right now. Start there. And you'll get the next step. I promise, I absolutely, on my soul, promise you that. Now, let's shift to mystically self-parenting through the mystical alchemist. Let's say, somehow you fall off your mystical, your mystical game, and you're in some shadow alchemy. And by the way, it got kind of coached online. You went away to a workshop for a weekend, and the whole paradigms of the workshop are all about you're the lead that can turn into gold, not, you are the alchemist that can turn lead to gold. And the whole, if you now symbolically step back, frame of reference offered was there's a better version of you. Instead of there's just you. And there's ways to express you and reveal you. And some of those, might be painful and self-sabotaging. And some of those might be very nourishing. And there's no formula here. There's just, guess what? You're the alchemist and you are doing alchemy, life alchemy, sure. But you're not lead or gold. Your soul esteem, your eternity, you're everything. So, but, I fell off, Robert. And man, it's been a month in shadow alchemy. Okay, so let's now take a minute and remember, hey, I'm the alchemist. Mystical pivot this. Maybe reinterpret in ways that are useful what you got out of that weekend retreat. Or maybe next time evaluate, hey, what approach is this teacher coming from? What approach is this content coming from? Where am I finding there's some unconscious, subconscious languaging that positions me as lead or gold? And now you want to watch out for that. I mean, I really mean to say this with compassion, because I think that all of us as teachers, myself included, are coming from the best of what we got. And sometimes that is all we got. So, but I will say, as I became more aware through the gifts of being an intuitive, these are some of the gifts. I saw things like a reporter in the field of consciousness, where I just observed phenomena in people as a technician. It's how I got to these insights, was through that. And then going through a few of my own dark nights, let me throw those in too. But then I began to see other teachers and other work that I used to think was amazing. And I would see it now and I go, oh my God, that is so shame-driven, such a shame-based paradigm. That's very hierarchical. That's very much either or. You're going to start seeing things that way. And that's a sign that your mystical alchemist is going, wait a minute. If I do this 10-day challenge or whatever it is, the only thing I'm reinforcing is how messed up I am and how I need to fix myself. Yeah, that's the old system of home. This new system of home, there's nothing to fix. We could decorate. we can remodel. But that's not fixing anything. So this is where you want to really be on your guard. But not really guard, just mindful. And watch. This is a practice, by the way. Practice. It's never really done. Not in this culture. Watch and become very aware of your own system. Because here's the thing you have to know now, which was always true, but now I'm telling you, and now you know, that when you get into the shadow alchemist, you abandon your inner child. When you get into the shadow lover, you abandon your inner child. Now, how do we handle abandoning our inner child? Through shadow judge? No. I mean, you can. You know that one. Perfectionist? People pleaser? We handle abandoning the inner child by immediately coming back to presence. I've been abandoning you. Okay, well, I'm going to be present with this now. Okay, I'm here. I'm here for it. I'm here. The mystical pivot. I'm here. I'm going to feel this moment, my experience of this moment. Oh, I feel guilty about abandoning you. Okay, I'm going to be with that. I feel shame. Okay, let's get curious about the shame. Now, next one's a big one, mystical victim. And what you're really teaching your child with the mystical victim. So what you're teaching your child with the mystical lover is what? Mystical self-connection. What is mystical self-connection? Hey, you get to be with you no matter what. And I mean the holism of you. The shiny and dim and hidden and exposed and messy and tidy parts, all of you, the holism of you, your shadow. Yes, my little temper tantrum inner child, I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, you're LGBTQ, I'm still here. You don't know, I'm still here. I'm not leaving. And inevitably, here's what's true. You will leave. You will. You'll probably leave in a couple hours, so will I. And what I'm saying is, how do we get back? The mystical lover says, you just get back by coming back to the moment. And that's what unconditional love and presence is. The alchemist says, hey, you get back by realizing you're the alchemist, not the letter gold. The mystical victim says, okay, slipped into shadow victim there for a minute. Okay. And then as you did that, you abandoned your inner child. All right. Let's get back to mystical victim. What is that? Understanding there is something called karma. And now I'm going to speak through the dynamic mapping I've done around karma, which you're probably not aware of. Though I have a course on this, I'm going to speak through it because it is mystical mapping. And if nothing else, it'll kind of get you some location in karma, because this could be it has been a whole other masterclass. But with the mystical victim, karma, let's just start with this. Okay, it's not punishment. It's learning through consequence. And karma is multidimensional and plays out differently to some degree, dimension to dimension. However, cause and effect is still the common denominator, no matter which dimension. But intentionality plays a role. What kind of dimension are we in? Physical, energetic, emotional, mental, psychological? There's psychological karma. There's emotional karma. There's soul contract karma. And none of it, centers around punishment. It's not punitive. It centers around learning co-creation, learning cause and effect. And learning, guess what? There are a lot of forces greater than all of us calling karmic shots. And when you enter the matrix of co-creation on Earth, you're dealing with a complex holographic field of karma that few really ever completely map when planning a business launch or their next steps in whatever it is in their life. And so karma, when we are receiving, let's say, a negative cycle of it, for example, the kind that actually initiates a dark night cycle. Our first approach is shadow victim, is it not? Why me? What have I done to deserve this? I can't think of anything I've done to deserve this. And now you're not in harmony with greater fate and destiny. So if you're on an island, I hope this is not prescient, in Hawaii, and a volcano erupts and ashes go everywhere and thousands of people die. And are we going to look at that as, oh, they had it coming, past lives and all? Or as shit happens, it's called the earth and its own forces of fate and creation. And that was just their contract to be part of that experience. Period. End of sentence. You know, maybe it was some sort of karmic learning, maybe not. We all do die. This is what I mean by, if you see any other way, you just invite the shadow victim right to the party. So when you are parenting your inner child mystically around the mystical victim and negotiating shadow victim consciousness and victim identity, you've got to understand karma, fate, and destiny from mystical perspectives. And the one I would give you across the board, it is not punishment. It is not punishment. And it's so interesting to me, just to kind of drive this home, how we still harbor, even in like the positivism movement in spirituality and self-help, which is centered around the law of attraction and being positive and attraction and attracting things through positive magnetics. What astounds me in this is that it's all underneath connected to a shadow victim. It's also not seeing clearly how, hey, guess what? And I can tell you, I've met a few of these people. Back in the day, maybe a few were clients, I don't know. But I have come to see those that have what we would call the most abundance, they're billionaires, be some of the darkest and most miserable people on the planet. But does that dark self-relationship they carry, or really shadow grid that is their inner system of home that they live in, does that stop them from receiving billions of more dollars? It doesn't. So we can get out of stories around, good or rewarded, bad or punished. Really? Because I know a few billionaires that are doing just fine and they ain't nice people. So you still want to stay with that story? Even though your experience I could walk you through as a karmic technician and show you the lie of that. Now, there's a bigger movement underneath the mystical victim that's connected to the archetype of co-creator that we will address later. But I'm telling you, this is a rough place, because we will we'll go into the victim story and slip into shadow victim consciousness like that and not even realize, oh, I'm at the shadow victim party. Crap, they're doing the Stations of the Cross now. Are they going to put a crown of thorns on me? Probably. Oh, crap. Where do I get out of here? And how do you get out of that? Well, you got to accept, okay, I'm in my shadow victim. And get curious about it. Always start with curiosity if you can. Why am I in my shadow alchemist? Why am I on my shadow lover? My shadow lover is completely conditional. Not just with others, me. I'm lovable if and when this and that are, finally in place. When I'm finally enough. So the way out of the shadow victim is mystical victim. But how do we get back to the mystical victim or get to it at all? Well, that might be mystical forgiveness. I told you about my father and that story. There could be many things here that are part of the mystical pivot. And essentially, you've got to look at identity. Is this my identity? Is this my esteem system? And if it is, do we make it wrong? No. We have to hug these dragons, folks. You can try the slay them approach. I know it's popular, but I'm telling you, it's not mystical. So we can, this is what I would offer that helps me move out of the shadow victim. And we all are going to be getting jiggy with it, with the shadow victim, please, truly. And this is what I do when it happens to me. I literally make it as conscious as possible and dramatize it even more. So I'll recognize, I'm in my shadow victim today. Everything's happening to me. Can't get a break. And then I just do it right, So I will consciously tell a shadow victim story with lots of flair to myself. I mean, I'm walking around my house talking to myself. It's a sight to see. And then what happens is I end up laughing at myself. And the humor ventilates some acceptance, because there you go, Ohado, again, in your shadow victim story. Okay. And you're still enough. There's always that reminder, I'm still enough even now. And boom, now I'm back in presence. When I begin making fun of, but not in a way that's derogatory of my shadow victim and its reality, with drama, do the Stations of the Cross. I don't know. Burn yourself at the stake like a witch. Do you? But do it right. Make it conscious. We'll have a shadow victim party. I'll throw one. Come on. Come as your favorite victim. I'm in. I'm so in. And then what that offers is truly, humor is a great salve sometimes. It just lets you know, hey, I'm enough no matter what. This is humorous. And not in a way that puts me down, but rather reconnects me to my soul esteem. And then there I can pivot to, okay, I'm going to, because I can now, I'm not going to choose this story anymore. But if I fight and resist it and shame it away, well, I'm not doing any of that, actually. I'm just bonding it in identity closer into me. But if I can be, okay, I'm a shadow victim, all right, let's do this right. Come on. You might get some more traction. Try it out. And this can be, in an interesting way, very creative and childlike. But I think underneath it, in a more mature sense, there does need to be an ongoing curiosity around, well, how does karma really work? How does fate really operate? What is destiny anyway? So there's a lot there. Once again, could be its own course, and I'll go deeper in part 2 for sure. Now, mystical prostitute. Now, how are you going to self-parent here? Well, first you got to recognize you're not so mystical with your prostitute, and why. I've given a good read and I think framework for that. And then you got to catch yourself in just naming the karmic territory. Hey, okay, here I am again, not standing in my holistic value, which means, yeah, okay, on a spiritual soul level, I'm enough, soul esteem, all that. Okay, got that down, enough. And, oh yeah, my time is a resource that means something to me, therefore is of value. Okay, my talents, yeah, my soul skills. Ooh, really? Soul and skills get currency? Yeah. If that's funky, great. That means it's new. And hang out there. So when you start to feel yourself moving toward selling for $5, which appropriately valued should be 100 for you. You got to name it. You got to own why. Okay, this should be $100. Why am I only selling for $5? What's going on? And then you can start to examine your orientation to the value of the marketplace, the value of other people. But this is all done through curious exploration and, in a sense, your technician archetype and teaming up with mystical eyes to look at karma and value. And then you start to go, okay, I got to touch into this mystical law of reciprocity, which involves resourcing and exchange, and how that is actually embodied in my culture, in my society, in my country, perhaps, and where I'm at with that. And do I come to the marketplace knowing the market values? And do I understand this key, that what's on the market value is not the value of me? Once again, hey, you're selling some goods. Well, you're not the price point of those goods. You're not those goods. You're the mystical prostitute selling. But instead, we identify our value, our soul esteem, with the marketplace in a way that can sabotage, wound, degrade, and I think cause invisibility of value. We're not really seeing. So if I'm coming to a marketplace where the market honors these price points for what I'm selling, and it's neutral. It's, in a sense, in this example. But I identify somehow with what I'm selling and the price points in such a way that I diminish myself, or I overinflate myself to hypercompensate for the fact that I don't feel like I'm of real value. Well, you're in your shadow prostitute. And you got to understand, your inner child's watching and learning its own value from this, learning value systems from this. Now, the thing about the prostitute, as Caroline Myss brilliantly identified, it is a survival archetype at this level of life, being alive and being human. So we are at, hey, you got to sell to survive. And you know what? Everybody sells to survive. So once again, the way that I would mystically pivot here, beyond the understanding and frameworks I've offered, is curiosity, but also coming back to, hey, what's happening with my system here? How am I reading and seeing right now? Who I am in the world? What's the value about me? And does that define my value? Or if what I'm offering an expression of value, can I give my soul currency and my soul skills and talents currency? And conversely, can I also know when, hey, this is not for sale. My integrity is not for sale. My honor is not for sale. My confidence is not for sale. There's some things that don't go on the market ever. There's some things that go on the market at certain times in life and then not later, and vice versa. There's a clarity and intentionality. So one of the things you can do, again, make your sacred prostitute conscious, become a street hooker, and get going. Sell for nothing. I mean, blow it up, not literally necessarily, but play with this in yourself. Ventilate. And what we're doing is we're disidentifying. This is not defining you. And we can now have conscious choice and move within markets at our max value, etc. So what the mystical prostitute teaches your inner child is holistic value, teaches your inner child about the law of reciprocity. That involves resourcing and exchange. Hey, listen, to honor your own prostitute is to honor another's, which is to say, the church taught, and many religions taught, either through renunciation or vows, such as chastity or celibacy or poverty. What they all taught was, well, let me just do a round table here. One, having things in this realm goes against soul. Bullshit, mystically speaking. Or to get to redemption, once again, it's all about value. This is the path. Give up sex, sexuality, and your cash, said the papacy. We want to build a huge Vatican with pillaged marble from all these ancient ruins. And we want to build about 20 of them. Oh, so you get to have cash, not me. I digress. But my point is, you will mystically pivot here when you take a more holistic view and unite heaven and earth, and really be able to evaluate, am I splitting up heaven and earth in me and others? Am I not honoring the law of reciprocity? This is a mystical law. Whereas we might have been taught, be selfless. That's the path of Christ, or path to Christ, or whatever. Sometimes it's even framed in Buddhist language. That's the Dharma. We were not taught this. You got to have a self to be selfless with first. And the church didn't want that, because if you have a self, you'll question authority. You'll question what's happening, because that's what a self does. So this is connected to your prostitute. This is connected to how you see currency and value exchange. And you want to look alive here, because it all comes down to the metric. A lot of these mystical archetypes comes down to is, yes, presence, but in this instance, holism. If someone gives and I receive, then I should also somehow back to them give a resource that in turn restores their giving to balance. Reciprocity. And you want to look alive. Where do you actually not believe that? Live by it. And of course, you've got shadow archetypes on this current/old system of home that reciprocity is not even in the vocabulary, says the blood donor. What am I supposed? I do get something back from the vampire. It's being needed. And then you don't realize, look, I've got a lot of givers on my team, but no receivers. That's not holistic. And where's my prostitute in all of that? There's a lot here, but the mystical pivot's always coming back to, you know what? Let's remember soul esteem, but let's also remember the holistic value of everything. All of it's part of the divine. And let's stop splitting heaven and earth so we can call money the root of all evil. And then Wall Street doesn't get a soul because it's all about money. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go shame that coach over there for charging for a course and putting a Facebook ad up. It should be free. It's spiritual. You just revealed a lot about your team. And the kind of self-abandonment you're already in, because this is where it comes back to. You're abandoning yourself if you do not stay in some balance with your prostitute that allows you to receive as much as you give. Now, sometimes it is different currency exchanges. Look, I'm going to do this for you, and what you have that I need is that, so I'd appreciate that back. How do you feel about that exchange? That's beautiful. And dare I say, intuitive. But, you always want to be mindful of this. This is a real, it's an issue. And it's an issue big time in the coaching arts, the intuitive arts, the healing arts, people are so apt to go shame a spiritual teacher for charging something, but they'll pay, or at least their insurance will, hundreds of thousands to a surgeon or a lawyer without batting an eye. Why is that? Why is it that someone who's an excellent teacher does not rank up with the same value of currency as someone who has skilled surgical hands or legal strategies or a legal mind? We don't really say much about these CEOs that make millions for what? I don't know. Playing with drug prices. Hey, this is all about the holism of it all. So next, your mystical sovereigns. How do they come in to a mystically self-parenting pivot? And where do you get back to them when you are now serving as a servant or slave, someone else's kingdom, queendom, wicked queendom, tyrannical kingdom? The mystical sovereigns are about the creative self and having authority over that, ruling the creative self, the unique essential self. And this is about the authority of self-relationship. I get to decide and have authority over how I will relate to me. Now, for most of us, that isn't a decision. We're thrown off our throne pretty easy and supplanted and usurped. But what you're teaching your child here is about creative authority, a need to be uniquely oneself without apology, and to decide how to relate to oneself through what we would call authenticity, in a way that is congruent to one's true nature, spirit or soul, unique essential self. What we begin to learn in this is equality, and more relational equality. You do not get to hold me as a subject to your authority, because we're equals. I am a creative soul on a journey. You are as well. I see your equality. I'll hold court with you. You'll never rule me. Now, you can 12 years a slave me, and I still will not self-relate as a slave. I ain't doing it. Now, the reality is we're going to pivot out of this and abdicate authority and sovereignty to others. What's the pivot back? Accept it. Once again, be with, okay, you know what happened? That person reminds me of my, tyrannical king father. And they triggered me into a time warp right back to my childhood when the tyranny was in full force. And when that happens, I just left me. I'm not present to me until I come to presence with the actual trigger in time warp. Now I'm back. But when I'm there, I'm powerless. I have no power. It's all automatic. The whole team that anchored the trauma anchor is online. They're managing everything. Just folks, know that is real. There's no choice to be had yet. Your first choice in time warping and trauma is presence with what's happening in your system. That is the first and truly only option. So if someone says, hey, you've been hiding and it's just time to choose to step out onto the stage, I want you to hear me as your advocate saying, fuck you. I got an inner child that is absolutely terrified. You know why? Because I went through massive abuse as a child and I couldn't be seen. It was dangerous. And you want me to just hop out on stage because you got some magical life coach formula. You know nothing about my system. And you own that. Maybe you don't say that, but I'm giving you permission to go, wait a minute. Some expert you are. This is my system and I know what's up. And if I ever take a step on stage, it'll be through the support of mystical parents, which will take a while to cultivate and activate, and baby steps. How about I just peek behind the curtain first? You can take your go big or go home mantras and move right on. Because my inner system of home, we don't roll that way. It's mystical, it's present, it's unconditional. It's, I need safety. So you can learn this through mystical sovereignty. And that's what the mystical sovereigns in parenting offer, is a sense of, okay, let's reclaim creative authority here. Let's reclaim authority in how you self-relate. Let's make it a choice. Let's understand when it's absolutely not a choice. Let's be with that. Let's intend toward choice. Let's go to greater power to get there. And baby step it. Soul prayer, baby step it. And yes, always, in any of these situations, seek additional external guidance and help from someone who's not part of an old system, not plugged into the go big or go home. Not plugged into, it's just a choice. For some, it really may be, absolutely. But if you've ever been through trauma, if you've ever had to go invisible as a child to survive, if that was the download, your inner child went, hey, I got to be invisible, then it's not a choice until it is. And you don't get to choice through shame, it's like going to a yoga class and your instructor being like, okay, I want you to do the splits right now. Hanumanasana. And you're like, well, I need to take years to get there. Stretch muscles bit by bit, or I'm just going to tear muscle fiber. Absolutely. You'll tear your psychic muscle fiber in forcing your system into something it's not ready for. And I think you already know what I'm talking about. You probably already done it. And that will go around with any of these archetypes. So the pivot back to mystical sovereignty might just be, I've got to understand a little bit more about what it means to be a sovereign. I've never known that energy. I've only known shadow forms of it in my life. And maybe you have associated any sovereignty as negative. This is where I've seen a lot of people go after people who really stand in their sovereignty creatively. One such person that comes to mind is Oprah Winfrey. As much as she was also very loved during her reign in her TV show, she also was very attacked because she was a true queen and stood in her gifts as a talk show host, which were second to none. Girlfriend made you feel like you were just hanging out as friends. And I would imagine that there were many dark night journeys for her to become that more creative, sovereign queen. And, especially if you're a woman, now you're a bitch. Now people try to tear it down in a patriarchal society for sure. So coming back to, hey, the authority of your self-relationship, and always remember the tools I've taught you here, whether that's soul prayers, whether that's mystical forgiveness, whether that's, all the tools I brought forward here. They apply in this mystical parenting experiment as you explore these archetypes. And be mindful of when you're forcing something. Forcing something in this instance is a form of self-abandonment. So while someone might think shoving you on stage because you have stage fright is the cure, it could actually be the worst thing, and it could actually trigger a massive cascade of self-abandonment for you. So the love rebel. And we'll end on this for now. Why I brought the love rebel after the mystical sovereigns is because sometimes to get to sovereignty, we have to rebel. What is rebellion? In the rebel archetype, we are rebelling against some oppressor, or it's not a rebellion. I mean, whether that's a system, whether that's a family system, whether that's an internal dictator. It's a rebellion against, initially, an oppressor of some kind. So a lot of times, to free into our sovereign archetypes, mystically, we have to go love rebel. And love rebel is a mystical rebellion. It's such a both-and paradox, and jams our collective framing and patterning, because we're not taught, hey, you can really love someone really, really with the deepest of your intuitive heart. It almost gets cosmic. And at the same time, tell them to F off, or tell them you don't want them in your life anymore. We're not taught that can be true, really authentic and true. And in fact, that's a great move of self-parenting. We're not taught that. Not really. We're shamed for being judgy when we're just really articulating perhaps boundaries, and maybe not in the cleanest of ways, because we weren't taught how to do it cleanly. We weren't taught to stand in ourselves and say, listen, there's a mystical lover in me that knows you're enough, you're worthy of love, and you have a right to be here. And all of that's true about me as well. And at the same time, both and here, I don't want you anywhere near me or my kids or my family or my life. Hey, I'm a mystical lover. And guess what? You just did something very heinous and killed a bunch of people. And I can get into my cosmic heart. It's the only heart that I can pull up that's going to pull this off. Just edge out of my intuitive to the cosmic for a minute and see you as part of creation, as also of having value, and as someone who also had their passport stamped to come to Earth School, or you would not be here. Truths, mystical truths. They're inconvenient right now because I'm dealing with the fact you just murdered 20 people. But here's what's true. I got to play with mystical levels here, or I risk abandoning my inner child. So I will both meet and greet you from an intuitive, cosmic-ish heart and lock you up for the rest of your life. Both and. When I turn that key and lock you in, I don't do it from hate. I don't do it from vengeance. I do it from equilibrium. I do it from compassion. And at the same time, I ask myself, what kind of culture produced you? Because your desire to kill people didn't come out of nowhere. It's a karmic factor of something. I ask myself co-creative questions. And yeah, I also am going to put you into whatever, prison, whatever. The point of this is that it's both and solutions that honor holism. And these solutions in the Love Rebel often come from sacred anger. Oh, whoa, anger can be sacred? Yep. Come from a sacred aggression. Aggression could be sacred? Yep. Come from boundaries. Come from sacred activism. Come from sacred rebellion. Come from the martial arts. This is about honoring holism, though. It's clean. It's done from a perspective that is bigger than just the shadow victim, for sure, but does include mystical victim. And yeah, the mystical lover. And yeah, rebel. So to effectively self-parent using this, I want you to now image, and I gave the example last lesson of us being in a supermarket and seeing, a mother maybe abusing her child, and us as love rebels intervening as advocates of some kind. The thing that will let you know you're in the love rebel is it's actually loving. It's this paradox of being loving, But in our lovingness, we draw a sword. We execute some kind of aggressive move, perhaps, whether that's just setting a boundary or physically protecting ourselves. And it teaches your inner child, most notably your inner multisensory and empathic child, I got you. I will stand up for you. I will fight the good fight for you. I'm here. Because I know as soon as I go to the coward, I'm gone and you're freaking out. As soon as I go to some shadowed storyteller or denier, well, you're freaking out. You know what? I learned that from when I was actually molested and told my parents, and they told me that didn't happen to you, because they didn't want to deal with having to do a love rebellion with a family member or with a priest. And that went into my inner child, and I've never felt safe in my whole entire life since. Well, guess what? You got a mystical love rebel now. That is there for you in the ways that your parental figures could not be. And self-parenting, how do you get back to all these? You just pivot to presence. You pivot to greater power. Always go to greater power. If you feel like I can't pull, Robert, I hear you, I can't do it. I hear you as your guide, and I'm like, let's get up to greater power. You're right, you can't do it. Let's get some other juice here. So in this stage 5, it's one day at a time. Things are being tried out. It's experimental. Now, further along, as you practice this mystical self-parenting and you make progress, and it is, let's say, the practice of mystical self-parenting, which makes progress. It's practice makes progress, not practice makes perfect. Did you hear me? Well, after some progress, a new force emerges. You know what that is? It's the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult. So what happens here is mystical self-parenting. The things I've mapped, we just went through, riffed around a bit. It starts to become stabilized. The experimentation starts to find its rhythm. You start to really get what mystical pivoting is, what mystical solutions are, because you have these new radical, paradoxical both and archetypes. You got this prostitute that will give value to the damn soul and sell it. Not the soul, but the value of the soul's gifts. Giving the soul currency, by the way, is not selling your soul. It's selling the gifts and talents of the soul, the medicine, just to be clear. Now, and guess what? It'll ensoul Wall Street. Wall Street, you need a soul. You have a soul. Where the hell is it? The mystical prostitute, both and. You got love rebel, both and. I love you and. Sadly, I got to draw a sword right now. You've got these new forces. And then over time, what happens is this becomes, in essence, inner holistic self-care. That's what it is. And then it's going to need to find its way horizontally in a more grounded way. And that's when suddenly in the center of your psyche, which is image, starts to emerge this new pattern, this new archetype, the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult. And once again, in a sense, this is the other side of the coin of the mystical parents. The mystical self is integrated into this force. Both the inner mystical parents and intuitive adult are adults. This is the adult that begins to manage horizontal life in a very pragmatic, practical, grounded way, which means to say it's moving through human psychology just fine. But it's an intuitive adult, so it's got multisensory psychology also online, both and. And where the, let's say, inner mystical team that we've been focused on is more vertical. This is where it finds horizontal embodiment. So now we've got this, inner child that is feeling safe, safer and safer, getting to trust this new inner system of home. This new inner system of home needs an outer bridge to the outer levels of survival and home. Hello, intuitive adult. Now, this is where the cosmic heart finds an integrated center inside of your human journey. Go back to Chiron. This is the both and center point in Chiron. There's a sense of integration of the immortal, mystical, holism, and mortal. So this is where you're in your psyche. You've got this, the mystical team is this internal system with a cosmic heart and has been managing vertically the psyche through mystical truth and law in relationship to parenting this inner child. But there are other external demands that need more of a more externalized force to co-create, negotiate, and manage human adult life. With an intuitive heart, remember the intuitive heart to me is the cosmic and human heart coming together in this middle ground to become a new sort of integrated heart. And also this is a force that comes, I see the intuitive adult as being the central leader in the human psyche. And it is multisensory. And so now we got to shift paradigms a little. Where I said before, you've got mystical parents, and there's this sort of feedback loop between the mystical parents and the intuitive adult. Absolutely true. So now you've got this intuitive adult assuming kind of a parental role to the inner child, but we're not now really referencing the inner child per se, because we're now an adult. We're referencing the self as an integrated whole, which includes the inner child. But see, this is why I've been saying the mystical parenting is essential and feeds back to whether you can actually activate an intuitive adult at all. Once you get that inner child, which is now it's actually, it might be time warped horizontally and dimensionally, but it's now internal because you're not a child anymore externally. And the challenge, of course, in the time warp is seeing the external world through the internal child. So now we've got to make a pivot and just get that child to be safe and creative. When that happens, to the degree it does, more and more this intuitive adult starts to show up. And they're all interconnected. They're all kind of talking to each other as a system. And they all are interdependent. So whilst I'm saying, listen, we're just going to start talking about you as a self. So it's no longer abandoning my inner child per se, it's I abandon myself. And then I activate this freaked out inner child. We're not disassociating, but we are differentiating into adulthood. We have to. Or we are not in the adult archetype. So what's important here is to understand that the mystical parents and the intuitive adult are yin and yang in terms of creating safety for the inner child. You've got to create survival safety, and that's what the intuitive adult's really also very interested in, because it's in the survival world. It's in the adult world. Now, what I see the intuitive adult in part as being is the mystical parents and the whole mystical team that I've taught you, finding an integrative way to practically mundanely express their grace, patterns, and dynamics in the human psyche in your soul contract in this world. Now, I've got to talk a little bit about here, for now, the intuitive part of the adult. And just for now, remember I said this. One of the, I would say, intentions of me doing this course was to help you lift off your child adult things. And there's this interesting paradox, near as I can tell, in our development when it comes to our multisensory and intuitive senses, which come in on a soul level empathically with our soul, and then confound, magnify, and confuse our inner child because we're just feeling it all with no psychological sophistication to understand the organization of our senses and what they're picking up on and our bandwidth. Well, part of what the intuitive adult is about is now becoming a student of multisensory psychology. Now, that includes intuitive and empathic senses, but you got to hear this. It also includes the five senses. When we say multisensory, I never mean to say the five senses aren't being spoken of as well. They're included in that. So we are also within the intuitive adult talking about human psychology and survival drives. But what happens here, this is stage 5, is that part of this new inner system of home is now starting to become an outer system of home as well. And at the center is your intuitive adult. So the intuitive adult may recruit more out there in the world archetypes to its team. Consciously. We're conscious now. This isn't a subconscious download adaptation thing. It's rather, okay, I'm going to need this pattern and this pattern and this pattern to pull off this life. I'm going to need the survivor archetype. I'm going to need the pragmatist. I'm going to need the realist. I'm going to need the practical optimist. I'm going to need, and yes, mystical team, come on in. But we're living this life. That's where the contract is. This dimension, we're going horizontal again, but we're conscious this time. We're conscious of magnetics. We are a spiritually mature adult. So now we end up in stage 6. And this is the new day, if you will. Sun is rising to the noon point of the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult. So all this experimentation is starting to stabilize and now externalize horizontally in this stage. And your self-relationship has, interestingly enough, more sovereignty, but also flexibility, both and. Like I can be both the ruler of me and my self-relationship and be open to feedback and open to other sovereigns and open to seeing my blind sides, my shadow process, open to, I don't have to be in some fixed identity to stay safe. I can always make space for the mystery of me at the table of self. There's a flexibility with an identity within this system. That's also the door for this system to be intuitive. Once again, we're out of formula. We're in truth, but we're not in formula. So let's now meet this new force of self, the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult. Now, what is the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult as an archetype? Well, let's define adult first. And it's very interesting when you look online or just in dictionaries what you get. So what I found was sort of amalgamating definitions here. As a noun, adult means a person who is fully developed or mature, dealing in, this is another side of it, when they say adult content, this was in the dictionary, dealing in explicitly sexual material. It's not exactly what we're referencing here, but there's a verb to adult now, adulting, right? Which means to behave like an adult, to attend to the required tasks of a responsible adult, a person who is regarded as independent, self-sufficient, and responsible. So we're seeing themes, I guess, through our social understanding of adulthood that deal with maturing biologically. This also applies to species, by the way, an adult lion, an adult turtle. Now, let me jump in here and let's get archetypal with just the adult archetype. If I were to say to you, all right, what do you feel the adult archetype is? Just take a minute and feel that. Like, no right or wrong. We want to know your Rolodex, your reference point. Once again, in part, maybe so that we can go to beginner's mind or kind of get some mooring in the truth of the archetype to you. The adult archetype, what I've discovered it to be, and this is really true from my work through Dark Night Cycles and seeing that it's almost as if for some people, the Dark Night Cycle itself is initiated by this maturing energy that says it's time to grow up into authenticity, into a congruency with your own true nature, spirit or soul, and claim your own creative authority. There's the sovereign. There are cycles we all go through that actually, based on our contracts, demand that of us. And it's pretty regular and consistent for everybody in a way. It's where, I could say it another way, where we are psychologically under contract to develop a sense of identity creatively that is founded in a, for us, multisensory psychological understanding of self. And like I just mentioned, a certain fluidity, but also boundary to identity, both and. So the adult archetype, I'm going to name things that are part of it: discipline, commitment, consistency, focus, patience, and surrender to timing. Because one of the things the adult archetype begins to neutralize is entitlement. So there's stamina in the adult archetype. There's a need to admit and surrender to one's true limits and also challenge oneself to go beyond perceived limits, both and. There's a sense of giving up the need for immediate gratification. Understanding time is a big part of the adult archetype. Now, I think when we're in the child archetype, time is a little different. It's magical, it's imaginative, it's, we don't understand. I mean, I remember being a kid, not understanding time really, or age really in people. So in the adult archetype, we understand time. And let me just do something here real quick. None of this BS of there is no time. You signed, if you will, agreed to a soul contract to come into a dimension that has time. The clicking talk, the ticking clock we're all bound to is mortality. So don't give me there's no time. What's that? Fantasy. There is time. Now, in this dimension, there's time. Now, in the greater sense of things, in other dimensions, does time work differently? Yeah, but we're not, who cares? Your contract's here. I don't want any time bypasses or time fantasy stories, because that's not what adults live in. That's what escapist children live in. Let's just be very clear. So in the adult archetype, there's a bit of suck it up and do what you don't want to do. You're not always going to be able to do what you want to. Sometimes we all have to do what we don't want to do. The adult embraces that. Yeah, I doesn't necessarily like it, but it's part of being an adult. It's part of the pattern. There's also, hey, you got to effort in this life. Perhaps work hard time to time. Perhaps work hard a lot of the time. You got to keep it real. You've got to understand resources, the limits of resources. Things are not limitless in this realm. Ask California how its water's doing. And then we'll talk about fantasy new age limitlessness. The adult's not having it. And you're hearing an adult kind of like keep it real tone, otherwise known as my Judge Judy. But yeah, it's a little Judge Judy in the adult. Like, the adult is standing in real lived experience, not a cover story of experience or a projection onto things as one would like them to be or imagine them to be. It's no, this is what's going down in my real lived experience. This is what it's like. This is it. Yes, I'm an intuitive multisensory adult, which we haven't even gotten to. I'm just at the basic adult archetype. But, so I got other perspectives to, integrate in and weave into all of this. But guess what? I got to keep it real, be pragmatic, be practical. Adult up, as they say, which means kind of show up with character, with a sense of honor, and a sense of, I give my word, I keep it. Now, I'm being very dramatically engaged here because when we bring in the mystical team, some of this does soften, like that point, for example. Hey, sometimes you don't keep your word. Now, do we want to do a shadow judge on that? No, we don't. As we're going to learn in adulthood, in the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult journey and pattern, there is accountability. We can have compassion and engage in something that I call compassionate karmic accountability. But that doesn't opt us out of the karma. So if I break my word, I can absolutely mystically pivot, mystically forgive. And through accountability, perhaps make an amends. But I'm still accountable. I broke my word. And there is karma for that. One of the more mantras the adult, intuitive adult, begins to learn is there's karma for that. There's karma for everything. It's not punishment, but it's a way to locate co-creation and what you put into the world. So if you don't like the karma, or if it's sabotaging, you can change it. You can't do that without accountability or cover stories or denial or projection, shame, and blame. Adults don't do that. Now, part of being accountable is being responsible. That's the second step in accountability. Responsible means, hey, listen, now I am obligated to do something in relationship to this karma. Now, I'm obviously in that statement assuming just a story of negative karma, which isn't the only karma that there is. There's positive karma and then both and karma. Now, we've been taught to do most of everything I said under this adult archetype from shame. You've got to hear this, because this is going to determine whether you self-abandon or not in adulthood. Do you move through the adult forces I just named that are part of the adult pattern through shame as your motivator? And what happens when you do? Do you shadow judge that? No, you don't. You get curious. You be with yourself no matter what. You come back to the mystical basics, the mystical pivots. We don't shame our shame and get out of, patterns. We just don't. Especially the patterns that are managing shame. All right. It's called the self-abandonment loop. Now, not only that, we do not, as adults, let's just say, as spiritually mature adults, we don't cultivate shame as a motivator. Shame as a co-creator. We do not. Now it'll show up. It's gonna, And we mystically pivot with it. We meet and greet. We hug. We love it into alignment. And all of its archetypes that are managing it. And we understand this. we do cultivate intentions that are born from worthiness, that are motivated from connection and our deepest sense of spirituality as spiritually mature adults. Listen, I can sit here and, like so many, and give you all the platitudes and philosophies of spirituality and how I'm so spiritual, and completely live as an abandoned, freaked out child, because I'm not really in the grit of adulthood and the adult archetype. It's gritty. That's why I actually really love this archetype. And we also, in the adult archetype, are mindful of authenticity, a buzzword we hear all the time too, right? We're so spiritual and we're so authentic. But authenticity and a mature spirituality ain't playing with you, because it's just real, self-evident, and it doesn't let you really, in its grace, lie to yourself, scapegoat, blame. It asks, hey, are you in alignment with your own personality, with your own character, with your own spirit, your own soul? What does that mean? The best alignment we'll ever have is presence, not perfection, and not perfect presence, but a willingness to always come back to the now, unconditionally. Meet, greet, love, hug, and be with us. Flaws and awesomeness, flossomeness, and all. Now, I want to tell you this about this archetype. One, it is a bit of a new journey for me as a teacher. So you're getting, I would sense in a way, like my first pass at it. And that's saying something because I got a lot to say about it, obviously. But I'm excited about it because I sense this archetype, the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adults, to truly be one of the new archetypal patterns of the age of Aquarius. I mean, it's that powerful. It is powerful. It is, once it's active, the center of your psyche. Now, this archetype is born out of the new mystical inner system of home that we have been exploring, certainly the last 2 lessons, and has access to this inner mystical team. They're part of the intuitive adults team. And I would say even maybe sometimes come in and out when needed. Well, I need my love rebel, boom. I need my mystical prostitute, okay. Mystical parents, what's up? I'm feeling a little freak out on the web here with the inner child. What should we do? Okay, let's move. We need some mystical pivots. We need some presence and we need some boundaries. Love rebel, get back here again. All right, so this pattern holds a new center of consciousness and power within the psyche. That's why I find it so exciting and empowering. Now, let's break down the archetype through its parts. What does it mean to be spiritually mature? What does it actually mean? It's part of the archetype itself. I'm going to say it means to be evolved and developed multidimensionally and holistically in your maturity. It means to actually see through mature eyes, which is to say holistic eyes. I see life as it is to the best I can. And I see through, yes, which is coming in a minute here, my sensory and intuitive senses. So let's continue the definition. What does it mean to be co-creative? This is actually a big deal. And for now, I'm just going to say, because I got a deeper dive, all of life creates together. That's what it means to understand the word co-creative. All of life co-creates together. Most folks who are not spiritually mature, not standing in a karmic perspective of life that is holistic, would think co-creative means it's all about me becoming me in the world and attaining my goals and my vision board. That's part of it. And you're co-creating with all of life, because all life creates together. And there's a lot there. Now, what does it mean to be intuitive? Well, seeing things truthfully, karmically, and holistically as they are in present time, without a preconceived formula or projecting onto them how you'd like them to be. You know, intuition for me in many regards, and there's different levels and types of intuition, so I want to just put that out there, but for our purposes here, it's just telling the truth about what is. And usually that I would say is connected to this, telling the truth about something's karma, its cause and effect factors, its intentions, its systems, karmic systems. What does it mean to be an adult? Well, I kind of gave you a lot there already. So the intuitive adult profile, this is a pattern based in both and. So there's both inner and outer in the intuitive adult. The mystical team is more inner. And this is the expression to the outer through this force. It's both masculine and feminine. Has a balance energetically. I'm not talking gender. There's a certain, now we all by our own nature might have more quality of energy than another. You may find that you're just more of a masculine system of self or more feminine. Okay, what's genuine? But we all have both. It also is a both and pattern when it comes to energy and matter. Energy as matter. Energy as different forms of matter, as different forms of densified energy. It's just, you know, divine and mortal, sacred and profane, mother and father in the intuitive adult, inner and outer parent. We've got mystical and human, et cetera, et cetera. There's the both and in it. It's just, it's wired in. The intuitive adult also has a well-developed multisensory intuitive system that is buttressed by a deep understanding of a multisensory psychology. Now, to go deeper into that is probably for another time, but what I would say is this is about having a very grounded relationship to one's psychic senses, empathic senses, energy senses, and when it comes to intuition, a grounded intuitive knowing, and knowing that voice's vibration versus, let's say, the trickster or the shadow storyteller inside of you. There's a groundedness in a multisensory psychology, which is to say this, understanding, yes, the laws of the human psyche. You get it, you get it. You've got, yeah, an ego, personal unconscious, which has got a subconscious mind and shadow. Then you've got the, influential dynamics of the collective psyche as part of your own system, psychic system. And then that is going to recruit in ancestry. And then also we go further into the soul and the divine, all part of this system. Then we've got 5 sensory survival psychology here. This isn't multisensory psychology. We've got how the shadow works, how to be in a shadow process. We've got how to work with the power consciously of the subconscious mind and understand how it operated unconsciously in our lives and maybe still does. There's an understanding in the intuitive adult of soul contracts, of fate and destiny, of the empathic soul contract, of which there are specific archetypes in that contract. Now, I've got a masterclass on that. It's not for here. But I want you to understand, if you're an empathic soul, you've got our archetypes here that are part of that contract. And there's an understanding of the inner multisensory and empathic child, right? Understanding of archetypes goes into everything I taught you. 4 categories. We've got 3 expressions in those categories: shadow, neutral, mystical. We've got, now this is something in another course on mace.com, we've got magnetics here. There's magnetics to archetypes. The intuitive adult gets that, has a grounded working base of understanding in not only the magnetics of archetypes, but the mystical laws behind the magnetics of archetypes. That said, The intuitive adult understands 4 levels of truth. I don't have time to define these, but I'll tell you what they are. Personal, relative, universal, and soul contract. Those are 4 levels of truth that run through everybody. And that's really key to being an intuitive adult. You've got to understand, hey, truth isn't just my version. It is sometimes, yeah, my version. And, my version's relative. That's my personal truth, but it's also relative. But then there's universal truth. It's true for everybody. And then there's soul contract truth. It's true per soul contract to soul contract. Then the intuitive adult understands the mystical laws and works with them, of which there are many. All is one is in game, but there's many. Now, in the intuitive adult pattern, we're grounded in co-creation, what it is, and how it operates multidimensionally and holographically. Yeah, we create together. So in that, I have to understand the multidimensional laws of karma. So that means I got to understand, if I am someone as an intuitive adult that has goals, that wants to move toward destiny, that's got a download, an inspiration, and man, it's dialed in. I locked it in. It's clear. I know my true north. And let's say this. You know what my true north is? It's to become the first African-American woman president. I got that in me. I have the politician. I got all these archetypes. That's my North Star. But I'm an intuitive adult, and guess what that means? I got to understand patriarchy. That's a fate that's in the room. If I don't understand, this is what it means to co-create. How society co-creates a sense of worthiness, race to race. I've already lost my footing. Because I'm going to be on a mountain I'm climbing the mountain of racism to get to that Oval Office. And I'll tell you what, I better damn well know how steep it is, how jagged it is, and the stamina and everything that I said earlier about the adult that it's going to take for me to make that climb happen. Or I don't have a chance. And not only that, man, I've got to, tap into an inner mystical team that can access greater power because I'm going to need it. My own power alone will not pull off that climb. This is what it means to co-create. To co-create, the intuitive adult knows, hey, listen, guess what? If you have mass shootings, or if you have climate change, or if you have political unrest and toxic political tribalism, you need to understand the co-creative nature of all of those things. You need to understand the systems behind them. And the intuitive adult says, I don't want bias or tribal story here. I want karmic fact. I want karmic systems fact. As holographic as I can see, as much as I can see. Now, I'm just using these as examples, but this is how you approach understanding co-creation. That one may have an ambition or dream or inspiration to become the first African-American woman president. But guess what? You're in a co-creative field of karmic influence. You need to understand what that is. And you can extrapolate from this for your own life. You can have many goals. So if you want to start a business, I remember doing a reading when I was at Hay House, my last publisher, as part of a panel in Tampa. And people were coming up to the microphone. This is like 2009. And it was me, Sonia Choquette, Colette Baron-Reed, some beautiful other people, colleagues of mine. And we were just this intuitive panel doing readings on people. And we would just kind of take somebody and go down the line. And I think you already understand, after all this time with me, how I roll. I roll like an intuitive adult. So I'm grounded. And if you're a fan of Carolyn Myss, you can see why her and I get along so well and why we just team up so well as teachers, because we share a common kind of vibe here. Now, I'm the first up for this woman. It's 2009. We just went through the whole economic collapse of 2008. And this is not a time, practically speaking, the intuitive adult in me would say, to begin starting any kind of ancillary extra business like a flower shop, because people don't have money to even pay their mortgages. They're losing their homes. The last thing they're thinking about is flowers. This woman steps up to the mic, all high on law of attraction and all high on fantasy and magical thinking, and says, and I'm the first one up to read her, hey, I'm thinking of starting this flower shop. What do you think? My first read on her is one, you do not have the entrepreneur. Doesn't make you right or wrong. You just don't have that archetype. I can't make you have that. It's not in your contract. No, entrepreneur. You're bypassing so many things here, and you're trying to get to enough through this goal of opening a flower shop. And it's, as a business, it's not authentic. One, you don't have the entrepreneur. Did I just mention that? By the way, this isn't authentic. You would be a great assistant at a flower shop, but you're codependent. And you're deep, beautiful empath, which would feel people, wouldn't handle the role of a sovereign as a CEO or entrepreneurs running a flower shop. So I didn't say that to her, but I did say, listen, let's go to the co-creative level. Listen, we just went through a crash of the economy. This is not a time to open up a flower shop. And I'm just going to suggest you just really spend some time thinking about this. This woman, true story, I said some more things, but let's keep it short. She goes, okay, Colette, what do you think? Just completely bypassed me. Didn't take any of that in. Did not get in at all. She heard it. Her magical thinker, whatever, didn't let any of it in. And so my point is, when you're looking as an intuitive adult at your life, as an example, what is in this pattern? It is being able to give a bottom line intuitive assessment of things. Like, hey, is this a good time to do XYZ? Well, let's do a read of the field. Let's feel my intentions in it. Let's feel, do I have the archetypes to actually support and birth this? And if I don't, am I under contract to develop them? Because that's also a possibility. That's intuitive adulting. Now, when I say it's, the intuitive adult is grounded in co-creation and how it operates multidimensionally and holographically, that's what I'm saying. And when I say we create together, well, we co-created back then a economic collapse. And even if you're like, I didn't do that, Robert. I'm not on Wall Street. I wasn't part of the Wall Street fraud. Yeah, you voted for people that were. I guarantee you probably did. And that's probably true for everybody, because I don't think it was a partisan thing. I think it was everybody was in on it. And this is part of the, shadow side of a co-creative, shadow political system. So yeah, you did co-create it. If you understand co-creation, that doesn't come out of your mouth. You understand some part of me played a part there. What part was it? And then now you have what? Choices, options. That's part of a clear read here. This is how you roll. And guess what? When you're this shrewdly honest, your inner child's just fine, because you're around. You're taking adult management over everything, and you're rocking it. As intuitive adults, we don't just see what we want to see or hope reality to be. We see what is. First and foremost, we see what is. And then we're with that holistically. How does that make me feel? Let's be with that. Does it motivate me or mystically trigger me to see what I see? Does that call my love rebel forward to go do something as a sacred activist about what I'm seeing? Then do it. When you don't, well, your coward's hanging out. It's just technical. And now your inner child's like freaking out because it's being parented by a coward. Technical. What's the pivot? Oh boy, I'm in my coward. Oof. All right, my coward gets to be here too. I'm just gonna let that be okay. I don't like it, but it's my first step back to self, to presence, to this child. And we're going to love that coward into alignment. Whatever that means, you'll get guided. Soul prayer. How do I love this into alignment? I don't like it. I don't like its karma. And my inner child's not doing too well. Here we go. Now, how to know if you are co-creatively cultivating, and that's the key word, and operating from the intuitive adult archetype in your perceptions, intentions, choices, actions, with self and others, and all of life. And how to know also when you're self-abandoning. Remember, it's self-abandonment now. Now, it could progress into inner child freakout if left unattended and unmystically pivoted, but it's self-abandonment. You're an adult. Are you there with you or not? Sometimes it's both and. It's mystical. I'm with me and I'm not. Okay. True story. First key, understanding the role of shame, unconditional love, soul esteem, mystical self-esteem, and compassionate karmic accountability. Soul esteem, we know this. I'm worthy no matter what because it's my divine nature. And mystical self-esteem. I'm worthy no matter what. I'm here to create my life, and I'm here to create my life from value. I'm here to create value in life, in the world as well. I am here to receive value from the world, says your mystical self-esteem. So in mystical self-esteem, we've bridged into healthy ego esteem. We're doing esteemable things. We're doing things that make us feel connected to ourselves, that build a sense of presence with self, but from action, from actually being there, doing things that maybe we don't want to do. You know, when you do that, it can oftentimes make your inner child really happy, like, cool. And you just feel like, I'm with me. I got to do this, but you know what? I'm with me. So let's look at shame. Oh, you've got to hear this. So we're horizontal. We're horizontaling. That's what this archetype does. And really, I think the intuitive adult is the balance of both axes. It really is. That's why I love it. It's the center. It's my logo. Shame. Here's the deal. We're meant to learn from life on earth and its challenges, including harsh consequences like, fated bottoms that we might hit, or dark night cycles, or, challenging karma. And sometimes, we are meant to learn from shame energy. And the learning is to serve us in shifting toward self-love, unconditional self-love and presence. So the learning, one could say, is about always, no matter what the lesson is, learning to come away with more love for ourselves, not less. And more soul esteem active that then blows up the mystical self-esteem. And then we can get busy with it in the world. Now, the reason why I bring mystical self-esteem in is because I don't want to position esteem systems or esteem as there's some ideal soul esteem that you should aspire to. And if you fall short, you're losing your mystical team and mystical footing. That's not true. I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing right or wrong with getting esteem for how good looking you are, how talented you might be, how, whatever, physical stuff, your big butt or boobs, I don't care. Own it. Bring in some value. I mean, now we know it's transient, and it's not going to be there forever. And if we are dependent on that, well, it's pretty vulnerable. But hey, get a makeover. Get some Venus, Aphrodite up in here and physicalize whatever makes you feel good. Yeah, why not? Both and. And this is where, sometimes makeovers activate soul esteem in someone. But then again, if you got wounded ego esteem, there's no amount of makeup that's going to help that, really. Both and. So, shame. The intuitive adult does not cultivate shame. Use shame as a motivator or as a co-creator. All right. So the key word is cultivate. Are you going to, after this course, and perhaps for the rest of your life, experience shame again? I'm going to say yes. Now, are you going to cultivate shame? You might. Have I given you options besides that? Absolutely. So you've got choices. First, you got to understand shame and really feel its vibration and know its insidious nature and know when you're running on it or from it. And that takes practice. And you're going to screw up and you're going to miss things and you're going to find yourself in a shame spiral or a shame abandonment loop, or I don't know. And you're still enough. And I'm going to be right there. You're still enough. Come here. Come on. Let's hug you in. It's all good. All you gets to be here. Even your shame. Even your shame. Now, we don't want to give shame the mic, but it does get a seat at the table of self. If you won't give it a seat at the table of self, it's going to go back there, become a fire-breathing dragon, and burn your ass from behind. I'm just telling you the laws of the human psyche. So we can get rid of it, or we can just meet and greet and have dinner with it. Which would you like? You can choose. You already know what I'm saying is true because you've already lived it, and you've already felt that soul sigh that happens when you just accept all of you. I remember when I would do readings on people, and when I would just say something, and you got to know, I don't know who I'm reading, but I know them better than a best friend because that's my skill. So there's a time during the reading where someone slips into almost like, this is my best friend talking to me. And without remembering, I don't know you. I always did readings over the phone, and they didn't even have Zoom or anything back when I was active with readings. And so anyway, there was always this soul sigh when I would hit core truth in people or say something that they were in denial about. And then this stranger with this skill set comes in and goes, this is what's going on. And it was almost like I can finally accept it and tell the truth about it. I've been fighting it, but we can soul sigh together with shame. And the thing to remember about shame is not only do we, as intuitive adults, not cultivate it, though we may experience it. We don't seek to cultivate it. We also don't seek to use it as a weapon with other people either, of any kind. So you will have to be accountable now as an intuitive adult to how you shame other people. And one of the ways that I think can really help that helps me, because you might go to some kind of tribal warfare or interpersonal warfare and shadow dance with somebody. It's going to happen. But if you use shame as a weapon, I want you now to see on the other side of that missile launch an inner child about ready to get hit. Because that's what's true energetically, archetypally, is that missile's going to hit that inner system of home for that person, and their inner child is going to get hit. And then when I put that image in play, I do denuclearize, because I would not want to do that to someone else's inner child. Now, you do want to ask, am I operating from shame? And that is an intuitive question, and it needs to be asked every day. And many times you will be, and you still won't even know. Eventually, I think the karma plays out and you do see it. But I'm just going to encourage, hey, we're not here to cultivate shame. We're here to love it into alignment, which is really neutrality. Have a seat at the table. Just chill. We got this. There's mystical forces all around this round table of self. We're taking over. Now, unconditional love. What's that? What's the role of that with the intuitive adult? You can see yourself and love yourself and not like yourself at all. Both and. But you can really love yourself. And I want to reframe this story around, if you don't love yourself, you can't really love anyone else. Why can't we both and that? I cannot love myself and love someone. But here's what that might be articulating is, listen, I can probably only love you as deeply as my deepest capacity to love me. Boom, yeah. That to me feels really true. But unconditional love for self or others doesn't mean you like yourself or them. You might, I don't know. But what it does mean is this is what you're doing in unconditional love. It's a force of the cosmic heart, by the way. You're abiding in the truths of the cosmic heart, like this one. All of us belong to love. All of us belong to love. But I sure don't like everybody. Now, unconditional love doesn't mean that you don't have standards. Remember, mystical lover. You do. Or that you don't fight the good fight. Hello, love rebel. Yes, you do. And you will. But you'll fight. You will have standards from an intuitive heart, guided by holism. Now, compassionate karmic accountability. This is not a shame system. Hear me again. This is not a shame system. There are people that believe in punitive, shame-based karmic systems. That's unfortunate. That's an egregious form of self-abandonment, and it is not in harmony with mystical law, near as I can tell. Now, what is compassionate karmic accountability? Well, this is a force of the intuitive adult. It's part of the pattern. It's learning, it's growing into more love, and working with the laws of karma and accountability in ways that serve holism and that are intuitively clear in context to holism and how holism is the ultimate reality. Now, maybe a little blunt here. Compassionate karmic accountability is actually about fucking up. Yeah. And I'm actually swearing because it is messy. Karma can be messy. And guess what? You're still enough. Nothing ever changes that. And you still get to be with yourself. We have an unconscious belief that, and it's shame-driven, that if you put bad karma in the world, you don't get to be with yourself. You should abandon you. And if you think you don't believe that, I want you to think about how you feel about criminals and people that have done egregious things that maybe got themselves into prison for it. And tell me you don't think they should self-abandon or not get to be with themselves. So compassion is where we start to understand it as intuitive adults, means to encompass. And so I always think of it as a circle. What can be in my circle and what can't? And we all have limits here. I could start rattling off very dark things that you would be like, I can't be with that, Robert. I can't be with that. That doesn't get to be okay in my circle of compassion. And I would honor that and I'd understand it 100%. And that's where you find your edges of compassion. I can be with this about life, but not that about life. And I would say, well, okay, all of it's part of God. Because all is one is not just a truth that's convenient. It's a truth that's very inconvenient sometimes. Yeah, it's inconvenient when you're looking in the eyes of a murderer or a Hitler. So, yeah, but as intuitive adults, when we start to make more space for everyone, to more space of, let's say, okayness, not what they do is okay, but it's happened. It's already been done. They've done it. So there's, will I be with this is a facet of my experience and a facet of understanding human nature, karma, and life, or not? And just because you decide not to be with it doesn't mean the karma just evaporates or that they heal because you ignore them. No. And the point I'm making here is, how do you do that to you? What gets to be in your circle of self? When you talk about practicing compassion, that's actually hard. And the way we build compassion is by actually, in many regards, being exposed to really crappy stuff and still making space of okayness for it. Like, hey, I don't like this. Okayness and acceptance is not liking something or not feeling motivated or mystically triggered to do something about it, but it is already here. And if we can be with it, that way we can understand it, and then we can assess the karma and how to change and our co-creative role in the change. That's what intuitive adult's about. It's mature. It's mature enough to say, look, I'll look at that. I hate it. I don't like it at all. I'll look at it. Now, to do this, karmic accountability. You really are going to, as an intuitive adult, draw on the technician archetype, because it's the technician neutralizes shame and judgment. That's what I love about this archetype. It just sees what is. As systems, as karmic systems. And when you bring this online, you realize no matter the karmic results, I don't have to abandon me. I get to be with me no matter what. Even if others shadow judge me or shadow criticize me, I still get to be with me. So the intuitive adult understands, as I said before, karma multidimensionally as soul contract karma. There's the earth dimension of karma. There is spiritual karma, psychological karma, emotional karma, psychic karma. There's the inner system of home karma. There's outer systems karma, outer systems of home karma. But when the karma is accounted for, the intuitive adult consults both an inner and outer team. You got to look at the holism of the karma. It's cause and effect factors. And then once you see it, the next move, if it's your karma or co-creatively part of your karma, you can take responsibility for it. What does that mean? It means I'm going to make an amends. What does that mean? Well, I'm going to make an intuitive amends. That means, look, I got to sit with my soul here for a minute and assess what would bring the best holism and healing and balance that I, as someone who's responsible and accountable for this karma, can offer. So there's no formula here. But there's this. All amends, whether that shows up through your guidance as I need to apologize, or you know what, I need to get therapy or I need to get help. My reactivity, my shadow triggering, my traumatic triggering, it's actually damaging my children. Wow, I'm looking in the mirror realizing I'm a wicked queen. You know, and when we're in the intuitive adult, we can do that and we're still with us. Oh, I'm a wicked queen. Oh my gosh. Okay, what did Robert say? Unconditionally present, unconditional love. Move and align with love. Not like, so can I accept what I'm seeing in the mirror? Yeah. Oh no, soul prayer. I got a soul prayer this one, I can't. Or yeah. And I'm going to get curious about the wicked queen looking back at me, her pain, and where this came from. And yeah, you know what? I'm still accountable to the karma of this wicked queen pattern, or the addict in me, or the shadow rescuer, or the victimized codependent empath, or shadow victim, or yeah, the karma of my shadow critic, both inner and outer. Oof, yeah, I do numbers on people just as much as I do on me. And you know what? I'm going to sit here as your guide, say all of that gets to be here. You're still enough. And yet, now we're in the domain of karma and accountability. You're accountable. Accountable means to take an account of the karma. So we don't need cover stories. We don't need blame or scapegoating here. We need you to look it in the eyes, do an autopsy, understand the consequences in front of you, and now get into the whole system of where this came from holographically and holistically. From there, you got your account, including damages done. And now we can ask how to make amends. They're intuitive, so it might be different. You know, in AA, this is part of recovery. This is a step in AA, making amends, taking personal inventory of oneself. That's what I'm talking about here. And then sometimes the intuitive guidance is don't apologize to someone. All that does is re-trigger the trauma you inflicted on them. And this is what they say in AA. And I'm going to pull that in here as an essential to accountability as intuitive adults, as an essential to accountability to your inner child. Because here's what's true. A lot of the negative karma of your life includes in it, baked in, self-abandonment. Does it not? Which means it includes you abandoned your inner child. Now, may not have been conscious, of course. Probably wasn't, but there's still karma for that. And so now, what are the amends? Well, AA says, listen, make them a living amends, not just an apology. The real amends we ever actually make happens in when we change what we do, so as to never create that karma again. That's the most, I think, grounded end game of amends. So, yeah, it's intuitive. There's no formula, but all amends in the end for an intuitive adult, spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult, they need to be lived. So that might mean, listen, here's what's up. I realize now I've got this inner system of home that sabotages me and others. And so it creates a real negative karma of self-abandonment and self-abandonment loops. And that turns in on itself. Through the self-abandonment, I use the same strategies that got me into the self-abandonment to try to manage the self-abandonment. And now I loop. The karma gets darker and the bottom comes. So my amends has got to be addressing that. So the amends first step might just be, what did Robert say? Acceptance. My first living amends is to accept all of me. And just soul prayer. Fill me with unconditional love. I don't have it right now. It's not active. I barely am hanging on to acceptance here. I've done this karmic inventory and it's freaking brutal. I feel like I just lost 15, 20 years of my life to a self-abandonment loop and an inner system of home that engaged in it all this time. I don't know how to be with this. Help me be with this. Help me shift. That might be the beginning of your amends. And over time, guess what? Now we're walking through a dark night. I got you in stage 6. You know, and you're in a deep lived amends at this point. But this is how you live now. This is the new system. Compassionate karmic accountability. All of my karma gets to be here. I can see it all. From the most nourishing and loving to the most devastating and sabotaging and damaging. I get to see it all, and I'm still enough. I still get to be with me. I still get to be for me, not against myself. I get permission to be a messy, experimental human being. And I'm still accountable to the karma. I'm not opted out of that just because I found this new mystical juice. In fact, I'm opted more in to follow this through with responsibility and making amends. Now, you can be accountable and responsible for your karma and not abandon yourself. You still get to be here. You still get to be with yourself. That's the mystical pivot inside of compassionate karmic accountability. So we're kind of coming to the end. What I've been beginning to do for you is give you some foundational elements to what it means to live in this new center of your psyche, the spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult, how it's going to roll within self-abandonment loops, within responsibility, accountability, karma. Now, I think it's important to understand a couple more layers before we part. And so what you're meant to do from here is take what I'm saying. You got to do the work. And the work here, let's be clear, it's an experiment. It's okay not to know what you're doing. If you come back to some of the fundamentals I've laid down here, you'll find your way. You'll get guided. There will be a part 2 to this class in due course. where we'll pick up some of these things and deepen and add more in. Certainly around the intuitive adult, I have so much more to say. But this is new. Ooh, it's new. And I think that's exciting. So this is that kind of bringing full circle in the new system. Once again, how are you going to relate to the unknown? It could be this juicy experiment, but that also means it could get messy. Absolutely. Can that be okay with you? Can you stay with you in an experimental phase of 5 to 6 of this dark night? Once you get to 6, you're kind of getting into the grit and horizontally trying it out and stabilizing things. It's a process. Will you relapse? Yes, you will. Does that mean all progress was lost? No. God, no. The person I mentioned who went through a relapse around a shame-driven sobriety didn't lose all the gains just because the sobriety initially the first 8 years was shame-driven. They just had to do a mystical pivot to progress from there. And they did. So it is indeed progress, not perfection. Come on now. Now, one of the things I want to leave you with regarding the intuitive adult and how to use time. Because I did my little smackdown around fantasies around time in this dimension. It's important to embrace this because I think one of the things that I would say for me personally that aches in me regarding the sabotage of my own inner system of home, my continued journey within a new system is the feeling of lost time. You know, I'm going to be 50 soon. And I think when you are middle-aged, man, that's weird to say, as you likely may know, depending on the chapter of your life you're in, time is something that starts to become very obvious as your most precious resource, truly. And there can be a lot of regret around lost time. And I understand that. I really do understand that a lot. Because the truth is we are mortal in this dimension and we have limited time on this planet. Mortality is a law of Earth life for all beings here. How do you work with this law of time? How do you work with your mortality? How do you relate to that? And I'm just going to have you answer that on your own. And then I'm going to say, okay, how would an intuitive adult relate to it? Experiment with that answer. I'll give you some pointers. I think that in our Amazon Prime culture around time, we do need to address this immediate gratification thing. So if you brought that to your dark night process in the beginning of this course or when we started the dark night mapping, I hope I neutralized and loved that into alignment for you, or you did yourself, because guess what? There's no entitlement or immediate gratification in dark night processes. You know, if you have any say in timing, it comes out of the organicity of the process and you engaging it with presence without condition that it speed up or slow down. Just be here now. Allow. Show up. Stay with you. Be in the stages you're in. Tell the truths you need to say and tell yourself, you know. So there's no such thing as a, I guess, overnight success anymore as there is some kind of, you know, flash through a dark night to the new me. Not that I've seen. There are rare cases where, both and, someone has such a profound mystical rewiring, like sometimes this happens in near-death experiences or just a mystical experience that it's like their whole system shifts. That's so rare. But it does happen. I got to own and put in front of you, you know, both and. But I also got to put the likelihood of your timing being, as I've already given, a 9-month cycle, 18-month cycle, 36-month cycle, and beyond. Depending on your inner system of home, this could have been the first half of your life. And I would absolutely relate to a lot of that in terms of timing. So can you be okay with the long game? Can you work with time intuitively? Which means, hey, I understand this will take a while. Or possibly could take a while. And I'm okay with that. Today's self-work is enough. I'm good. I don't need to do extra credit. So also I would offer that one of the things that starts to become really important here, and I'll use my own self as an example as the teacher of this long-winded course. You know, I approach every course this way, for better or for worse, that I feel I'm in service to a teaching, and it takes however long it takes. I try to keep, obviously, a lesson plan and timing, but I don't know until I get into the flow and feel you and your needs, how long something's going to take. So I gave up quite a bit over this last month personally to be present to this, because that's what an intuitive adult would do. So can you also say, you know, there may be a perception I'm limiting my freedom with committing to something or staying in the long haul or focusing and narrowing down on something. But is that true? How do you work with time? Because I'll tell you what, if you start a business, if you start a relationship, if you have a baby, your time just got slotted into something that's going to limit you. And that's not a bad thing. So how do you work with time? How do you work with time when it comes to self-care? You know, one might say, I've actually heard this before, and I just have accepted as a teacher, I'm a long form teacher primarily. I'm going to experiment actually with some short form stuff, but I'm holographic and there's threads I got to pull in. I got to bring it all in. It takes time. And some people aren't willing to make that time. And that's fine. But when I've been criticized in the past, I've often thought this as well. If I were to tell you, listen, you're in a dark night cycle, there's a teaching that would absolutely guide you through it. But you're going to have to spend 25 hours as a student and do some deep, grueling inner work. And perhaps get extra support through the process. Are you in? Now, in our Amazon Prime culture, I don't know, are you in? Or is that just too long? I'm riffing, I'm pushing to see where you are with you. And hey, if I ever say to you, yeah, guess what? I can't fit this all in part one. So this is going to be a 2-part class. There's a part 2 in 2 months. I don't know. Would you make the time? Would you commit the resources? I can answer that. You have to. Life is going to be like this now, with this new awareness of the intuitive adult becoming central in your journey. And some things do not merit your time. Some do. Are you awake enough, intuitively engaged enough to know the difference? What do you commit to that, though requires a lot of time, is the ultimate and optimal way to self-connect to you? This is the kind of stuff that, as an intuitive adult, you start to evaluate intuitively. Now, as we close down, I want to leave you with some other threads as questions to foreshadow some other things I will teach on this eventually. For example, what is the intuitive side of the intuitive adult? What kind of intuition exactly, because there are different types, does the intuitive adult run on? Little hint here, it's bottom line intuition. But it has access to mystical levels of intuition as well. You got access to a mystical team in you. How do you know what's clear and what isn't? How do you begin to skillfully, intuitively work with life as a co-creator? Through the intuitive adult archetype. Another thing, how does the intuitive adult build what I'm going to call mystical confidence? Because to be a clear intuitive, you have to have a certain level of confidence in yourself. Mystical confidence is both a survival confidence and mystical confidence coming together to me. And let me just give you a little hint here. You forge mystical confidence, create it, activate it through experiences that actually forge a capacity in you to be resilient and keep going. So confidence is oftentimes seen as not being afraid. And I found it to be, for the intuitive adult, you can be afraid. There's a whole thing I could do on fear as an intuitive force versus a toxic choose love over fear bifurcated paradigm. Rather, you know what? Do things when you're afraid. Do it anyway. You want to build confidence, that capacity, do that. Take intuitive risks. How do you process failure? What is failure? What is that paradigm? Does it belong in the intuitive adult's understanding of co-creation? Now, how does that then tie into trusting in a divine plan? Like a soul contract and divine design. And I will offer this jewel. Within mystical confidence, there's this force in you that says, you know what? Whatever happens in my life, both just happens or happens to me or around me, this I know to be true, fundamentally, intuitively true, that me and the divine can handle it no matter what. Imagine what that orientation of confidence does to an inner child. The inner child's going to go play, dress up, because you got this. You got survival. And you know, look, the shadow victim might pop up here, absolutely, when the shit hits the fan. But as I said, the only difference between you and the victim is the attitude through which you enter the water when you go to rescue. That's the quote from The Guardian, Kevin Costner. And confidence doesn't mean that everyone's going to applaud you and like what you do. Do you think everyone likes a revolutionary or a rebel? Especially those oppressing that force? Confidence is, hey, I'll be okay if they don't applaud me. I'd be great if they did. So, one last thing on self-reliance. And I want to leave you with this because it's so important. The intuitive adult knows that they can count on themselves. You have to build this trust over time and through practice and experimentation. And I'm going to ask you, can you right now, and answer as honestly and truthfully as possible, can you rely on yourself? Do you feel you can? Why not? How do you know you can or can't rely on yourself? Now, you might reference historical timelines of self-abandonment loops, not feeling you could rely on yourself. Okay, I get it. But we're in a new system here. So maybe you don't know if you can rely on yourself or not. I want to offer this as part of self-reliance because it's something that in our perfectionist culture, we don't embrace really, not consciously or openly, but I think it's starting to change a little bit. But self-reliance isn't just about picking yourself up by your bootstraps and knowing you got you. Because the truth is sometimes you don't have you. You don't have you. And when that comes, I want you to start a new code of self-connection. And in that new code, reliance looks like this for the intuitive adult. When I know I don't have me, I'm spun out in a trigger, a time warp, self-abandonment loop, or I'm overwhelmed. I'm just flat out overwhelmed. Or this is too big for even my intuitive adult muscles. I can't hold this. It's too heavy, which can happen. Okay, this is where, as part of self-reliance, you say, I need help. So I've got to ask for help. And I don't just mean soul prayers to greater power. I mean, you call someone up, whatever, and you ask for help. Now, that is self-reliance. If I have a code with myself, when it gets too hard, Ohado, your code is you ask for help when you know you're in the weeds and you can't do this heavy lifting alone, then I know I'm there for me. That is still being there for you. Because we do in the end need each other. That's what it means to live as a co-creative and spiritually mature intuitive adult. Hey, I can't always do it. I'm going to have to work with laws of co-creation. Sometimes that's my fellow co-creators and asking for help from them. Yeah, absolutely. So, man, there's so much more I wish I had time to offer and help you with. But listen, we are coming to the end here. So I have been over time sort of teaching and training you on how to open safety and close safety. So I'm hoping, because we did not do this at the beginning of this lesson, that you did that yourself, because that's what you should be doing at this point. Now, we're going to close together just real quickly. And I hope to see you in the continuation of this material whenever that does get scheduled and offered. I wanted to show you, though, something. And I would ask those of you in the Facebook group, and one of you students already beat me to this when I saw this go up in the Facebook group. I was like, ah, but I loved it. But I'm going to do it again anyway. So I want to show you my inner child. So that's me. I think I was about 5 in Colorado. And so in the Facebook group, I'm going to post this up and I'm going to ask anyone who's comfortable to share a photo of your child. I would love to see who we've been working with this whole time and who we've been mystically parenting now into feeling safe and loved, and who you're here for. As the person who posted the post said, who are you here for? Which was beautiful. Thank you, Pam. I loved it. I really did. But yeah, I would love to see, if you're so inclined, I'll put a post up in the next day or two. Anything about you. I'd love to see that part of you. That's a part of me. And it's interesting to look at that photo, especially after teaching this class, and feel myself in relationship to it now, certainly versus 10 years ago or whatever. Wow. I really, truly want to say thank you for just such insane courage. Oh my God. You know, I was telling David Smith this morning about, and he's also seeing the Facebook interactions, how I have never seen in my career as a teacher, counselor, guide, anything as powerful and profound as the sharing you all have been doing around this territory. I really mean that. And I say that every class, and it's always true. But this leveled up or leveled down deeper, whichever way you blew out compassionately to more. The way you all have gone into this work, I don't have words for. I really don't. And I talk all the time. I'm going to be spending some time myself just taking that in. Thank you. I have so much love for you and your inner child and your inner systems of home. And remember, this is a process. I'm modeling a process. You really are now tasked to fill in the work, apply what you've gotten so far and been able to hear and take in so far to your dark night process and to the experimentation of a new system. And just to make this clear, this is not complete or done. You will find your own way and insights that I may never teach. That's the nature of a model. It allows you to find your own journey, as you should. And so if you're finding like there are maybe missing pieces, or what about this, Robert? Or just know I'm not presenting this as the final word. Oh my God, no. I mean, I had to trim my outline in half. And you know how long this lesson already is. This is the beginning. And to get you started in this process for this new age of, yes, mystically self-parenting your inner multisensory and empathic child and all your children. Yes, coming to know your trauma anchors and seeing if you can't let them go somehow and get vertical. All right, yeah. And yeah, understanding how to replace survival archetypes of adaptation with more mystical options. And yes, yes, yes. Beginning to move in the world as a spiritually mature, co-creative, intuitive adult. This is just the beginning. This is a new, I really feel this, a new archetypal force for a new time. I'm so glad you came along for the process, the journey. Thank you. So let's just take a moment. Whatever way feels right for you, hand on heart, maybe hand on belly, or just prayer. Just take a few breaths and catch up to where you're at with everything. Just take a moment and let yourself, as I've been teaching you, shift into presence. It's always usually helpful to use the breath here. But I got you on this new system of an intuitive adulthood, so sense what might work for you. And as we bring this epic journey to a close for now, how are you feeling? Where are you at? Take a moment and let's just invite the mystical self forward, this deeper soul self that is now part of a new central force in your psyche called the intuitive adult. Let's just feel that force, the intuitive adult, sitting in the middle of self, negotiating inner and outer, being part of both and. And let's just take a moment, and I'll guide this for a minute. And let's just once again sense the truth of the mystical realms all around us. It's light, it's love, it's presence, it's protection, it's safety. Truly, 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 a greater power brought us all here. So feel that greater grace. Make a connection to it, this time in any way you feel. And let's offer it gratitude. Thank you so much for the guidance, the synchronicities, even the shadow trickster from time to time. Thank you. Thank you for always and forever loving us into alignment. Thank you for this opportunity to grow and evolve and love. Now take a moment and in your heart, anchor a few breaths here and just bring to your awareness once again, someone, something, pet, animal that you know in your deepest self loves you unconditionally and you them, and you it. Feel that love in your heart. And feel it begin to expand breath by breath all the way out through your physical body into your etheric body, auric field, and beyond. And this time I want you to feel that love reaching and connecting with every student and their inner child and intuitive adult in this entire student body. Feel us as a grid of grace, of love, light. As a gathering of orphans. That absolutely belong. We certainly belong to each other. Now, you are protected, guided, and loved always. Even in a self-abandonment loop, you're still protected and loved and guided. You can be with yourself no matter what. You can be with you, not against you, no matter what. And let that truth now be your greatest source of protection. See how that feels. So, a few more breaths, and just in any way that feels right for you, close the space, the learning, and this lesson down, as well as this entire course. And when you're ready, coming back to the visual learning. Thank you. Namaste. I do see the light in you. The light in me sees the light in you. The inner child in me sees the inner child in you. The intuitive adult in me sees the intuitive adult in you. Namaste is taken on a whole new dimension. But I will see you soon, I'm sure. Take incredible care of yourself. Be with you no matter what. And just, that's it. Presence, really. In the end, it's one of the most powerful mystical pivots you'll ever make. It's the beginning of all the rest. Namaste.